This platform is independent, and we wanted to work with everyone across the spectrum. So folks are invited to share what they know, and the viewers makes their choice, and we ask the questions and we give the guest the opportunity to answer.
This craziness, man, I do not care. Why am I so anti-establishment? Because of what I've seen the establishment do to people. That's why I cannot be pro-establishment.
Power is in the hands of the people. And it really did. What we all witnessed is the government, they knew that they were heading in the wrong direction. They knew Gambians are speaking in the same voice.
What law in the books that says the government has power to come out and go after folks' private citizens' properties and demolish them because somehow the government interest?
The only way that we can salvage our country is when everybody that gets their hand dirty. Don't sit there with your expertise and just to procrastinate everything that people say or pontificate, what everybody says or does. Let's get our hands dirty.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Another Sunday, 40 people by the people. Sponsored by who else? Global Properties. Here we come again. And tonight, who else? The Miss Honorable Ebrima Sillah, Minister of Transportation, Works and Infrastructure. He's going to talk about his ministry, his accomplishment. He's also going to talk about, as we cruise closer to 2026, what is going to be the NPP strategy for re-election? And of course, he's going to get the pushback. You heard what the activist said. He said, if you want change, you got to get your hands dirty. What does he mean by that? Getting your hands dirty. Are we getting our hands dirty? Brother Marong, you're looking pretty fresh out there, brother. I think the Ramadan is doing good for you.
Yes, so far so good.
All fresh, that's what Ramadan does.
So far so good, man. So far complete, supplication to the Almighty. So
better believe it, my brother.
Yeah.
Yes, that Iman, you have to have it, And Hoyum Bentenki, Guigo Sakut Lalo.
I am here.
Brother Pop Samba, bro, you're looking pretty dapper tonight. What's up? Are you getting ready for your honorable minister?
I don't do honorables. But he's a good friend of mine. We did our journalism together under the leadership of the indomitable Babukar Gay. I look forward to his. Wow. Ebrima is always a good sport to have.
Yes.
He can dish it, he can take it. And we have our questions, and I hope he will answer them. I guess a boy Fatty. And the boy Fatty is confused. Because when we don't bring NPP, you claim this platform is not independent. Now we bring Ebrima, and then you're talking about ratings. Yeah, believe me. Ratings, you can take that to Trump. He's the one who cares about ratings. We don't.
He's always telling me, how come you guys don't talk about the government and our accomplishment? You see, that tells me that you are biased. I'm like, dude, you want to talk about the accomplishment? Come on the platform.
It will never come.
Conversation.
There isn't much to talk about.
I don't have to come for you guys to talk about that. I'm like, dude. Boy Fatty, why small island? We always talking on the phone. and now what he says is, what happened to you used to be so independent. Now all of a sudden you're not independent anymore. I'm like, what do you mean?
because you've become partisan.
It's like, at least you used to be. The other people knew they are not independent at all. I know they all have the honorable minister is here. Honorable minister, good afternoon.
Uncle Musa.
Yep, Uncle Musa indeed.
Honorable minister, I gotta give it to you now. Definitely gotta give it to you. When I left the message 2 days later, I did. What happened to? But then I just woke up one morning and then I saw it. I'm like, oh yeah, I know it. This is the Ebrima Sillah that I know. He would never say. But Ramadan Kareem.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Ebrima has not
to you too, and I see Coach in blue. What has changed?
Well, there is some brown here, so you know. So these the coalition that's supposed to defeat you. You know, you have the blue, you have the brown, you have the yellow, and all that. So it looks like it's internet. But most before we start, just wanted to wish all our listeners, the strong women in our lives, our daughters, you know, wives and girlfriends and sisters and everybody, you know, happy International Women's Day. You are the backbone of that country. Nothing happens in the Gambia without women. I remember during the struggle, Oz would tell me, man, the moment we have these women in front of the struggle, everything is over. We need sisters. Yeah, I've seen Lamdo, I've seen, you know, so to all the women there, happy International Women's Day. And I hope it would just move away from being a slogan to being a reality where you would be given your rightful place in society. We are tired of these men who come to power with their belly getting bigger and giving nothing to the people. So it is time to give the women the chance to lead us, at least to where we would get, you know, better results.
Same here, Pap Samba. Happy International Women's Day. And we all know that when they vote, change happens. We're hoping upon hope. They're going to vote in numbers and vote against the status quo. I'm sure Ebrima will have a totally different take on that. But again, this sacred month of Ramadan, we are all here tonight. In ñu ngay ñaan ci Yàlla ñu fekkewaat beneen Ramadan. With beautiful minister, Brother Marong and Pap Samba. Yàlla mun na ko Yàlla def. Ci daraja ni ñu baax ñi. Brother Marong.
Yes, sir. I join everyone wishing our ladies happy Women's Day and wishing them a long life, good health, and prosperity. So, and I welcome our dear friend and brother, Honorable Minister Sillah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Coach, you are in blue today.
Yes. So I this is to show you the coalition that's going to defeat your NPP. You have the blue, you have the brown, you have the yellow. So I'm helping Musa Jeng here in building a coalition.
But Musa is already in our color, in gray. So it is already decided. Can you imagine, consciously or unconsciously?
You know, we don't have a color yet. And you guys are working hard.
By the way, have you been able to register?
Have you been able to get the votes?
What happened to your 30,000 votes?
We're working on it.
Yeah, I think they got too excited and just started numbers all over the place. You know,
They better do. We are waiting for them.
Are you waiting for us? We understand behind the scenes strategy. It's all about how we're gonna stop UMC.
Okay, let's get to the race. It will be very clear who runs faster and who runs better.
But again, thank you very much, Honorable Minister.
Thank you.
We're here tonight on this Sunday. with the support of who else? Global Properties. And they have, without a doubt, changed the landscape in the skyline in the Gambia.
No deposit, flexible payment plans, and lots of discounts. Get your legal apartment today.
Honorable Minister, that about a month ago, I was in the Gambia with my homeboy, Brother Marong. Actually, we wanted to come and visit you so that I
was
can
looking forward to it because I heard about your presence in the Gambia, but maybe you were too busy with politics.
Hey, this was going to be part of it too as well. But not only that, though, to also congratulate you because when I really flew into Gambia and I was actually very impressed with the road infrastructure under your ministry. Definitely. And I mean, and then also a nice highway right by my house, cruising all the way to Brikama, the new Dubai.
Yes.
There's no doubt, Honorable Minister is delivering. But I mean, jokes aside, though, I definitely would like to congratulate you. You made a difference. I mean, Gambia looks different. The skyline looks different, and one has to give you that much. And again, congratulations.
No, well, the credit goes to His Excellency the President. He directs the policy, and we only deliver on what has been directed to us.
There were two things that I also wanted to, as far as the road construction is concerned, that I wanted to bring to your attention. Maybe clarification, because I'm thinking that Kairaba Avenue, I mean, it's a total affair, like the Senegalese would say. I mean, I was hoping that with that overpass, you guys would have also focused on Kairaba Avenue, especially going all the way to the Atlantic Road. I mean, that road looks bad, and I mean really bad.
Yeah.
Beautiful overpass, and then you go to Kairaba Avenue, supposed to be downtown, some sort, but it's all raggedy. And then when you go over the overpass towards, Atlantic Road, where my homeboy, we were always heading to that cotton place.
Well,
I will never hang out with you anymore in the Gambia, man.
Very soon you will see something about Kairaba Avenue.
Okay.
Very, very nice, beautiful. His Excellency the President has already bailed the cat out. The cat out of the box. The box. He has already mentioned this at a meeting in Nyamina, and hopefully very soon you will see on the social media. I'm sure the Honorable Minister of Information will take the lead in this to properly inform the public about what government is coming to do on Kairaba Avenue, but the beauty is seen nowhere in the country, and the battle hardened is not anywhere near what we are coming to do there.
So finally, the other one too, driving to Kaur after you go down the Senegambia Bridge.
Yes.
Road is horrible.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's really, 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 really bad. I don't know whether it's the I don't know, but it's really bad.
Yeah, we understand that actually, because I also saw a lot of criticisms on social media about that particular road, that we constructed it and it is bad. No, what happened is that we did the first layer, and then the concession came for the Senegambia Bridge. So that particular section leading to the bridge and after the bridge going to Farafenni are all part of the concession area, and they are supposed to do the roads. So we have done the studies, and then we are now waiting for the final works to start.
All right. Those are the intro that I have before we get to the meat and potatoes of the questioning, and I'll let my one of these colleagues jump in.
Sillah.
Yes, Coach.
Thanks for having you here.
The man in blue, you're welcome.
Thank you. In January, you did a tour.
Yes.
With your team. The Bani Salikane Road.
Yes.
You claim to not have been satisfied on two fronts.
Mm-hmm.
The slow pace of it, it was supposed to be about 13 kilometers, only 6 kilometers were done.
Yes.
And the quality of the road.
Mm-hmm.
What is the state of that project?
Well, right now, as we speak, the contractor has moved very fast. They have done the first ceiling end-to-end, which is almost 3.5 kilometers left. All the observations that we had during the tour have been acted upon, and those defects have in effect. So as a result, we are very optimistic that within the next couple of weeks, works will be completed. The actual work on the road. So what will be left is the road furniture, which includes the road lining to paint the road, and then also put the road furniture there, including traffic signs and also road humps and other necessary things that need to be put on the road to improve safety. But this is one of the beauties of our tours. Every quarter we go on a tour to all the projects across the country. It is very grueling because we take our time, not only to just drive on the roads, but also to walk on those roads long distance with the technicians to look at everything, including the density of the surface material, the quality of the material, including the bitumen and also the granite that is put on the road, but also to look at the mobilization, the quality of technical advice that goes into the projects. But we also look at the personnel on the ground in terms of their qualifications, their experience, and also their know-how. So a whole lot of information is gathered, and at the end of every road section, we talk directly to the media about our observations. Very frank in most cases. They can come at odds with what the contractors are expecting, but this is what we are supposed to do. Honestly, I want to believe that a lot of improvements are being inserted on these road works now, and government takes very seriously not only the time it takes to quickly do this roads, but the quality that comes with it.
So you talked about, you looked at qualifications and all that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There have been a lot of talk when you visited
Mm-hmm.
that this lady, I don't remember the name of the contractor, was giving this contract because he's a political operative, that there was no proper bidding done. So the question is, who was this lady? What were her qualifications to get this job? And how much did the project cost?
Well, to start with the last one, I can't remember offhand the project cost because there have been some variations on the project. But it is no doubt that the lady is highly capable, highly qualified. In fact, she was one time Director of Technical Services at the Ministry of Transport, Works and Infrastructure. She started her career during the days of the PPP under Sadaude Jawara, and had the best of training in engineering. One of the first engineers to be trained, female engineers to be trained in the Gambia, rose through the ranks to be principal engineer during the time of the PPP government, and then very grounded, one time Director of Technical Services during former President Jammeh's time. So you can see she is highly qualified. She has the technical capacity, the technical knowledge, and also she is somebody who has a lot of experience in road construction works in this country. Because you remember, she was part of the core teams, at the ministry from the PPP days to former President Jammeh's days that were given design specifications for this road. So qualification is not a problem. Her name is Aja Marimbai, Senghor. If you know that family, they are highly very educated people. And I can tell you, is one of the most highly educated engineers in this country and highly grounded also. Now, roadworks are always complicated when the contractor sometimes has different competing issues to deal with, and you are not personally on the ground, and some of the core staff that's supposed to do this don't actually pay attention to some little details, because what we are doing now is completely different from what used to happen. The minister and his entire technical team will go, and then before we go, we also gather a lot of information, data, and facts about many of these roads. Every week we meet on these roads and we look at the progress, we look at the challenges, we look at the problems. So we gather this as a very strong in-house data. Then when we go into the field, we don't only look at those information that we have, but we also look at the new issues that are emerging. I mean, is the project on time? Are they delivering according to quality? I mean, are they delivering according to specification? So those things, I mean, you expect that, frank discussions will be held, during the tours and on the field, and in the field. So in this particular incident, that's what happened. I mean, we worked for nearly 3 kilometers at different intervals. We look at the iris crossings, we look at the drainage structures, we look at the concrete structures, we look at almost everything. And then we, voice out our opinion on how we thought those things should be properly done. And I'm happy to say that, they are well corrected and they are all done now.
Thank you. Uncle Sarian.
So we have two uncles on this program, yeah? Because I don't want to make a mistake.
No. You can call Musa uncle. That's okay. You don't have to call me uncle.
Well, I need to know.
No. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I was also in the Gambia, back in February, and I've seen a lot of infrastructure development and the work that's been done by the current government. And, my first question is, as I said, we always go out and visit places where we all grew up, and basically Brikama. And my question to you is, what is the status on the Newtown Road going up to connecting on the other highway?
Yeah.
And also, what is the status on the Jeddah Road going to Baba Njai's Road all the way down on the other side? Yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. Jeddah Baba Njai is central to our, current road network planning that we are doing right now. And it is not only stopping at Jeddah Baba Njai, it is going all the way to Combo East. I think this village, Umorto, yeah? It is going all the way to Umorto, which is about 6.5 kilometers, 7 kilometers. And then we also have the Newtown Road intersecting with Kababajo Johnson, then coming all the way to the market. And from the market, in front of the market, going all the way to Boxbar, to Jar Oil, on the Brikama intersection there, we are coming to do a dual carriage there. So we are coming to do about 36 kilometers in Brikama alone. And, if you know Brikama, the inside roads, some of them are 500 meters, 700 meters, 1 kilometer. So we are talking about nearly 15 to 20, different roads that we will do in Brikama alone. And it could be more because this time around, in addition to the ambition that government has to, connect, the Gambia government now has instructed my ministry and the National Road Authority, which is the technical arm of the ministry, to conduct our own feasibility studies. So currently we have done about 536 kilometers of studies in the North, CRR South, and also the Upper River region. Now we are coming back to the Lower River region and then continue into West Coast region. And we are doing a lot of roads also this time in Farafenni town and also a lot of roads in Jokadu, in the Nyomis, in the northern side of Badibu that has been completely disconnected from the main communities on the south. And then we are coming to West Coast, where so far, we have an estimated 192 kilometers that have been identified. Then the KMC, president has instructed that what he did in Banjul, he wants to replicate that in the Kanifing municipality. So we have already surveyed or identified 200 plus kilometers. All the roads of the KMC, in the municipality is about 200, I think, and 12 kilometers. So out of this, hopefully, we have 70 kilometers that the government intends to do, and the World Bank that is working with us wants to do about 30 to 33 kilometers. So that will mean that, we'll do about 100 kilometers in the KMC. And in addition to our roads that we are coming to do, the World Bank is going to do 100 kilometers for us in the rural areas, which is completely grant. But the good thing is that they are also helping us with the studies of 500 kilometers. So out of these 500, they are going to do 150 kilometers on grant. So the remaining 350 will be banked, and then government will look for partners to ensure that we have this remaining 350 also included in our network. In addition to this, the Gambia government alone is mapping up to about 800 kilometers of roads that we intend to do. It could be more than this. So for the next few weeks and months, the ministry is in collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and the Office of the President, will be very busy, not only identifying and doing the studies for these roads, but also doing proper, procurement processes to, start the work on these road networks. Remember, in the Gambia, we have a road deficit that has not been paved of about, we have about 4,600 plus. So a lot of work is needed throughout the Gambia, and we need to do more to connect. But the urban connectivity is critical because almost half of the entire population of the Gambia now lives in the urban area. So providing the facility and infrastructure for them that can enable them to use as an opportunistic enabler to move from one end to end is very critical for government's overall economic development strategy, because wherever you have these roads, people have confidence to invest in their neighborhoods. Development comes very fast, but also, people also have, confidence to, decongest in the areas where, they have moved to, because some of those facilities are there. The good thing is now, whatever road we are doing now, it is accompanied with solar-powered electricity poles on these roads, so that helps communities, to not only, benefit from the infrastructure, but also to deal with attendant security issues that they grapple with without electricity, without street lights.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, I understand what you're saying, and this is maybe in the long term, but maybe for particularly the Newtown Road, the rainy season is probably 3 months, 4 months out, and that road, during rainy season, I mean, it's bad. You know that, I know that.
Definitely.
So what is the immediate relief to, because that's a very, very busy road from the market. Yeah. So what is under your leadership? What are you guys doing at least to put it temporarily fixed, on the road before these long-term projects are undertaken?
Actually, the came to the aid of the community. They did some work there, although not very good. But we are hopeful that these studies that we are doing, once they are complete, we launch the project, and by May, actually, we should award the contracts. And some of these roads are seen as the most important priority roads, for the West Coast. That Newtown Road, the Kabajo Johnson also is now being used as an exit and entry for the traffic to the market. And also the main road that traverses the Box Bar, past the market, and link with the Gunjur Highway Johnson. That one is also a priority. And Jida Road is, of course, Jida Babanjai is very, very important road for us. It's one of the most densely populated communities in Brikama. So these roads, including the Ring Canal for Brikama, are critical, because part of the problem in Brikama is that they have a lot of rains, but we don't have a drainage or canal system that can actually carry this water to the adjacent outfalls. So the roads are not coming only with the necessary infrastructure, but also the drainage system that needs to be actually looked at and then done properly to avoid flooding chaos that we have been seeing over the years in this very important metropolis.
Thank you. Faramos, go ahead.
Honorable Minister, another observation. During these road construction, there's one thing that I also see is this sand invasion, especially on the OIC road. Even the one that, the road that by my house, the same thing. And I see on the OIC road, a lot of, road authority employees sweeping. When you go to Senegal or some of these other places, or even in the US, there are these vehicle sweepers.
Yes.
That's something that you guys are going to consider, because when everything is said and done, this sand can definitely, affect these roads in a very negative way.
Yes, you are right. And thank you so much for that observation. It is something that we are also grappling with. We have, my ministry actually had approached the municipalities to see how we can collaborate on this, because once the government does the roads, it is the responsibility now of the municipalities to see that the roads are kept in good condition. But this will also require that we work with the local people, the local population, and truck drivers particularly, because what we have been seeing in some cases can be described as reckless on the part of the truck drivers, because they carry this construction sand from either the Denton Bridge area or from the coastal areas, and then they drive directly into the communities, and they don't cover the trucks, the tipper trucks. So while they are driving, the sand is being blown all over, and it is making a lot of, dirt all over the place. That's one thing. The other problem that we have is that, while we constructed the roads in the urban areas, the adjacent junctions that we call the Belmasses, those ones, we have not gone too deep, like say 50 meters or at least a minimum of 75 meters, so that when you are driving from a sandy area into the road, the sand that accompanies you will at least have to stop at least 30 meters or so before you get onto the road. But you will agree with me that these are all improvements that need to be done. It involves budget. And if you have a limited budget, then you have an option, either to, do small and then, focus on those bell masses so that, you take care of those issues, or you do more roads so that more people can get, roads to drive on. But now with our new strategy now, we are insisting that any road that is adjacent into a new road, you have to have at least 50 meters or so done, so that, by the time you drive in directly on the road, all the sand and other dust that are accompanying the vehicle can be at least, defrayed from where you are before you get onto the road proper. That in itself will help a lot in reducing the sand on many of these new roads. However, I mean, we also have a big problem of waste management in this country. Neither the central government nor the municipalities can definitely deal with this problem alone. Our own people also have to join the authorities, both local and central, to see that we keep our environment clean and that certain behavioral tendencies are actually arrested, and stopped. Because if not, no matter who you have on the road. I mean, we thank the QCell group and CEO Mohammed Jah, who volunteered to do the roundabouts. You can see now the roundabouts are clean. But man, just go there after people close. You see that those that are selling on the side of the road, they come and dump all their waste materials on the drainage. And then it becomes like one step forward and two steps backward. So this is something that I think, we need a lot of sensitization, because you do roads, but you don't want to put the same amount of resource that you used to do the roads to clean the roads. Yeah.
So, Ebrima, interestingly, you mentioned the municipalities. This is my question that I call the politics of road construction.
Yes.
When you talk about your re-election, it's all about we build this, we build that, we build that. And then when any of the municipalities decide to do something similar to that, you guys go on overdrive to either put technical stumbling blocks. For instance, KMC, they were trying to do road construction. All of a sudden, there is this requirement, that. And people see it for what it is, the politics of it. Last week, we see what is happening in the Brikama Area Council. With the resources they have, they're trying to do something. Here again, come the central government planning. You guys didn't do this, you guys need to do this, approval this, undermining whatever initiative effort that they are trying to do. I mean, don't you think that needs to be revisited? If you expect these municipalities to function, shouldn't you give them the latitude to do the very things that you guys are doing? You guys want to exploit the politics of it and then deny them to do things also to exploit the politics of it. What do you say?
Thank you. Let me first disagree with you that we put politics ahead of development in terms of our relationship with the municipalities. At least let me speak for the ministry that I head and that you talked about in terms of road infrastructure work. You all know that the Gambian urban centers are highly congested. The road space is very small, and we have a lot of interference with the road corridor by either the residents, consciously or unconsciously, or by the people who also, do their own private things on the road shoulders. Now, in order to do a proper road, you don't only have to have a good feasibility study, but you have to be prepared to relocate the services, because in this country, when NAWEC, for a very long time, was planning, to do water services in the urban areas, they used to have only one side of the road where they will dig and then put the water pipes on those sides. Now, if you want to, have water, if you're on the right-hand side and the pipe is on the left-hand side, so it means that you have to dig and cut the road for you to get the water, on the right-hand side of the road. Now, this is considered as ineffective and also expensive, because whatever you cut on the road, you have to fix it, or government has to fix it. In addition, we also have electricity cables, and poles that are indiscriminately positioned on the roads, and they have eaten a chunk of the road corridor. We also have the GAMTEL cables that have been laid, and interestingly, both NAWEC and GAMTEL in most cases don't even know the topography of their infrastructure. They don't know where some of these infrastructures are laid. So as a result, when we are doing the new roads now in the urban areas, we are doing three things. First, we are expanding the roads to have 10 meters, 7 meters for the road itself, and then 1.5 meters for the shoulders on either side of the road. Then we have a space for the cables that have to be laid on either side of the road. And then we also have a space for electricity poles. And that is where the critical element of investing in these roads, come in. Because the cost of relocation alone and then placing in new pipes and new infrastructure for NOWEC, that in itself is about $24 million per kilometer, $24 million per kilometer. All right. When you want to do water and electricity, if you include, the telecom services there, there's another add-on. And then you're also talking about, demolition of properties so that, you can have the necessary road, corridor, width. Now, if you are a council, and these are the specifications that we have nationally now for road, to build a road. Now, if you are a council and you want to do a road, these are critical elements that you have to do. I mean, we have had the KMC saying that they are not going to pull down people's properties. They are not going to do that. They are not going to do this. But these are critical elements in modern day road infrastructure provision services in a highly dense public area. Urban area. If we all agree that this is necessary, but when we see them doing roads, these are not being implemented, that should be a concern that all of us should see and work together to ensure that we implement, and we implement without fear or favor. Now, I don't know where politics comes into this, but we are a political government, and I don't mind people call me, and the decisions that I take as minister to be political, because I'm a political appointee and I work in a political government, so those things don't bother me. What bothers me is the way some of these people try to scheme up and then, come up with explanations that are far-fetched, that don't even, extend the reality of the situation. But the truth is the work has to be done, and it has to be done properly. So if that happens, we have no problem with anyone. I mean, I told you that in Brikama, we are coming to do a dual carriage on this particular road. And if whatever is being done by anybody on that particular road and it interferes with the dual carriage that we are coming to build on the road corridor, of course, this is something that you need permission to do. And the National Road Authority is the agency that is directly responsible for ensuring that road corridor is maintained. You remember the famous money, during the last 2 years, we have been leading a campaign to clear the roads. Although it was very unpopular among some circles, but it helped. But now go to even those areas where we have cleared. People have moved there again, building, shanty structures. And when we come to build on those roads again, the ones that we have cleared, they don't deserve any compensation, but they will run to the social media and then start making unfounded claims. Look, social media don't run a government. Social media is a platform where people go and then make, their opinions known. The state takes note of those opinions, but if, municipalities choose to go to social media instead of sit with government to discuss critical issues that affect them, then that shows the type of, direction that they are taking. I am not going to allow myself to be run into that type of muddy water with them, but we have to do our job. And that job is clear, that we are mandated to make sure that we maintain the road corridor. If you are interfering with the road corridor, no matter what intention you have to at least sit with your, counterparts in the central government to give you the right advice, the right information, because no matter what they want to do, some of them don't have the right policy information on the things that have to be done. So for me, I don't see competition here. I see belligerence here sometimes. And then, this is something that, government has to be firm on things. It's like in the United States, if you have your government that wants to be, push and pull all the time, it wants to do its job because some council somewhere or some mayor somewhere is not happy with what central government wants to do, how would you run your country? You know, people have to take some of these uncomfortable blames and insults and caricature at some point to see that the job is done. That is our responsibility. That is the responsibility of Ebrima Sillah as minister. That is why I'm put there. I'm not put there to solve easy problems. I'm put there to solve the real problems. And if those real problems come at odds with what the councils are thinking or doing, then that is it. This is development.
Pop Samba.
Ebrima, you said belligerence. Could it also be equally said that the belligerence is mostly coming from the government? Because definitely, yes, there is something that you said. This is a political government.
Yes.
And everything you do, there is political calculation. We heard you guys went to Birkama on a tour funded by the taxpayers, Meet the People's Tour. And what we heard from you, President Barrow and others, was if you want development, replace your chairman, and you will get the development that you want. So yes, belligerence can come from the local government, but it's not absent from the central government. And do me a favor, my brother, do not use the United States as a yardstick for anything, because we have the most belligerent, bigoted man heading this government.
Okay, I withdraw that. Let me take the UK as an example then.
Okay.
That will please you.
No backbone.
No, but I let me say this. I mean, as a government, we really want to see that cordial, working relationship with the councils, because at the end of the day, I mean, this is not a competition. It's development in continuum. So to assume that we are belligerent towards the councils, I think can be an overstatement. But on the political arena, you have to understand that each is competing for a crowd, and the crowds in some cases will also compete for ideas that each of these government groups are intending to do for them. Now, in the case of us, of course, you have the same people that are cheering up some of these councils coming to us to say that do this for us, do this for us, do this for them. But we have had issues with some of the councils where we intended to bring in development, markets, and other things, and then a court case was initiated against the state. So what do you expect? I mean, for me or any other person associated with the NPP to say, I want to bring in development, even for the management of the market. It was decided by the courts. So, of course, it's a difficult situation that needs to be critically looked at, because what is being pushed on the state, we are very cautious with our responses in most cases, because we have a president who is directing that tone, peaceful, quiet, and, calculated and measured. But, each also has to respect the position of the order. It is the central government that is managing the budget of this country. And it is through that, process that we come in to identify critical infrastructure that we need to provide to the people of this country. Now, in the process of doing that, if others think that they can compete so that they can be seen to be doing a job, of course, for God's sake, we have the markets that are not properly clean. We have our streets, even the municipal streets that are not properly clean. I think these are the major concerns for the people. We have our municipalities, compounds. For me, I don't know other places, but the community where I live in Brusubi, we have a private arrangement where every week somebody will come, with a truck service, and then we pay separately. I think at the end of every month, $800 or $1,000 every month. We don't see the councils there. And that is why we are also paying compound rates and taxes to the councils. Now, if you cannot clean, if you cannot even pick our rubbish, to be thrown away, I mean, why do you want to be seen to be competing with the government to build roads? 1 kilometer in urban area is between 50 and 60 million, sometimes $1 million. All right. Now, why do you want to waste all that money on infrastructure that you cannot, actually deliver? You have to take loans somewhere. You have to, overcommit your agencies or your institution, or your municipality. I mean, I think, let them concentrate on the real issues now. Clean the roads for us, pick our rubbish, and then, we can work with them. But anyway, the choice is theirs. If they want to build roads, we give it to them. We dare them. But let them use the proper standards and also, the specifications. All right?
Yeah, so let me just go to my next question, because I think the argument that you use can equally be used by this government, because it is so eager going and getting into all these concessions agreements, so that it will be seen to be doing something for political expedience. But here is the question: you said here that you are given a position as ministers to solve difficult questions. Difficult problems, sorry. Albarak.
Yes.
I am not one of those who is in favor of all these concessions that you guys are doing. You signed, initially it was a 30-year concession of about $90 million. Less than a year into it, the director of ports, Mr. Jobate, went before the National Assembly and told them that, wait a minute, we are trying to renegotiate the agreement. And in the middle of it, we've seen the issue that is happening between Albarak and the employees. So the question is, are you guys doing due diligence in ensuring that whatever agreement you enter into on behalf of the Gambian people will stand the test of time? And when you enter into this agreement, how much focus do you put in protecting the rights of the Gambian workers of some of these foreign companies that are coming and being pretty much given our infrastructures or our institutions to run on pittance?
Well, thank you so much. Let me unpack a very loaded question that you asked. And let me also clarify that there is no pittance here. This is serious business that we are doing. This is serious work that we are doing. To start with, yes, we do proper due diligence on the companies that we work with. To start with, Albarak is not a small name in the ecosystem. They have ports in Equatorial Guinea, they have it in Somalia, they have it in Djibouti, they have it in Guinea Conakry, they have it in Turkey, they have it in the Siberian area, I think, and they have it also in the Gambia, and they are negotiating with other countries in the region. Now, to first clarify that the MD of Ports was clearly misquoted about negotiating. When we sign the concession, we have what we call condition precedent. These are the conditions that you have to meet before the concession becomes effective. And you also have other conditions precedent for pre-construction of Sanyang Deep Sea Port. And then you also have other conditions precedent for the running of the Port of Banjul. As a government, we recognize that public sector delivery can sometimes be challenging. And most of the conditions precedents that would allow the concessionaire to enter into some of these areas to start the work were squarely on the side of the government. For example, giving them access to the land in Sanyang, which has to be leased to GPA and then the GPA will give them the sublease. Because remember, these people are investing in this on their own accord and on their own risk. The Gambia government is not bearing any risk on that. Those conditions should have been met 5 months after we signed the condition. The concession became effective in February of 2024. The whole of this, so it means that by August of 2024, we should have provided the land for Sanyang, for them to start the geotechnical studies and all other studies that's supposed to be done on that place for them to start actual work. That did not happen. Also, the inland ports in Kaur and Basse, the government was supposed to also provide those ones. The land which was, being and is still, in fact, being occupied by the present, former GGC, in both Basse and Kaur. So those lands, until just recently, were not ceded to the concession because, we had to, follow legal due diligence. We have to, follow the proper registration processes. We also have to follow the compensation mechanisms that are put, in place to ensure that the land is free from encumbrance. Therefore, because as a government, we have not met those conditions, President, there was actual need to, discuss again on those, timelines that we have met, that we have missed. That is what the MD of Ports was referring to. Not necessarily the concession itself, but the conditions precedents that should have been done by the government, that should have been met by the government after the concession became effective. We were not able to do those ones because, our laws are very rigid and critical also when it comes to ownership. So transferring the ownership of the land from first the Ministry of Tourism, because that is on the tourism development area, they had to go through their own processes to allow the GPA, to do this development there other than tourism. That was done a long time ago. Now to turn it into a leased property to the Gambia Ports Authority so that they can sublease it to the Albarak, or Alport, became, the delay. That's where the delay came. And of course, in order to ensure that, you don't fall into default, you have to invoke, one of the clauses of the concession to extend time to the government to be able to deliver on its conditions precedent. That's what the MD of Ports was referring to, because this is a technical issue. The misquotation, that's where it came from. Now, the issue of the staff, complaints that we have been seeing now is something that also is a grave concern to us as a government. When it happened, I immediately called both the MD of the Ports Authority and the concessionaire to inquire why people's salaries were delayed up to the 4th of February, salaries delayed up to the 4th of March. Because in this country, remember, we have a policy, a standing policy that people's salaries should be paid not later than the 25th of any month. If the 25th is going to be on a Saturday or Sunday, then the last day of the last working day, which is on a Friday, it should be probably 22nd or 23rd, people should receive their salaries. But this time it did not happen. The explanation given to me was that the monies were deposited with the local bank, but the local bank was late to remit it to people's account. That to me is a very serious excuse, and we would not like to see that happen again. We have already made it very clear to the concessionaire that this contract has been signed to ensure that first we bring in efficiency, in the port and the way the port is managed. We have achieved that. We have achieved the turnaround time. Today, before this concession, vessels used to wait at the port of Banjul for up to 21 days, 17 days, 21 days. Today is less than a day, maximum 17 hours, 20 hours, they are done. So that is a great improvement. That is a huge achievement. And then they have also improved on the container yard, where they have started doing the proper concrete to make sure that enough space is created. The former half-die part of it, also been annexed to the concession. They have done a very good job there. They have brought in new machines and equipment, at the port. Now, the staff complaints, we are looking at it. I mean, because since last week, Wednesday, when this matter was brought to my attention, it has been a restless week for me and my staff and the MD of Ports and my permanent secretary and the entire cabinet subcommittee, because we care about the welfare of our people in this country. This concession is done to also advance, staff welfare issues. And I can assure you that we will not allow a repeat of this again. And that, I think crucial lessons have been learned. And also to assure you, because you talked about what monitoring we put in place. In addition to a monitoring template that we have, where a technical committee, both at the level of the Gambia Ports Authority and also the ministerial, that monitor the progress of the concession. I also, as minister, meet the concessionaire and the managing director of the Gambia Ports Authority to advise on crucial technical issues, the challenges, the problems, and things like that, so that I escalate that to the president and the government. And regularly also, we have a briefing to His Excellency the President. So the monitoring is robust, because remember, this is a concession, and managing concessions everywhere, not only in the Gambia, managing concessions everywhere require robustness, require thoroughness, require being very up to date with the issues. But also, things can go wrong, when it comes to managing concessions, and that is why you have to make sure that you are on top of things. And when things go wrong, you have to make sure that, you put in place, the mechanisms that will deal with those, challenges.
Yeah, Ebrima, before I don't know what time the fast ends in the Gambia. So just signal us if you have to, go and drink a cup of coffee.
Well, Alhaji Musa told me only 1 hour, so I am already.
How can Alhaji Musa just tell you 1 hour? People have questions. Ebrima has not been here forever. He is responsible for a ministry that has over $1 billion of our money. So,
those in blue are not entitled to be given that information.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I listened to you, and when Musa raised the question of the municipalities, particularly, and Coach mentioned about the funded, mandated, that is funded by taxpayers, and there were tolls, there was utterances that were made during those tolls. I wanted to ask you, what do you see the role of the municipalities in national development per se?
Well, the role of the municipalities in national development is clearly explained in the Constitution. Their mandate, their role, and what they're supposed to do, but they also have principal acts, the Local Government Act, that also is very elaborate in terms of what to do in managing, things on behalf of the municipalities within their localities and services that they can deliver. So I don't think I will want to do much of that explanation, because it's out there in both the Constitution and also in the Local Government Act. And in some cases also there are policies and regulations that have been set up by Ministry of Local Government Lands that actually, work with the municipalities to enhance development outcomes in these regions.
Okay, well, you did. All right, that's your answer. But anyways, let me move on to the next part. In terms of the works, and it's becoming a bit of contention, like, constructing, and you mentioned the technical part, the feasibility study in that aspect. So being the minister responsible for works, you should be leading the way. Obviously, there should be communication 2 ways and guide them through I wanted to ask you, what is your working relationship with all the municipalities in Gambia, and also if they reach out, or if they do, or have they ever reached out to your ministry for help or technical advice in terms of projects that is coming up, in terms of what we call, currently it's been a contentious issue, beautification of Brikama. What, because obviously these involve resources. I mean, what is your ministry's outreach method in terms of de-escalating the situation? I think having a conversation and building partnership and alliances in order, to promote national, development.
Well, let me say this. As far as the ministry is concerned, we do have very limited interactions with the councils. And when I say this, I mean in terms of their operations, in terms of their strategic orientation. Yes, I know the KMC on two occasions actually reach out to the ministry. Maybe it may be more, but the ones that I remember, when they wanted to do the roads, after at least the first confrontation, so they wrote to us, and then we also wrote to the National Road Authority to inform them about what the KMC wanted to do, and then, for them to give them the proper advice and also specifications and things like that. And I guess that advice has been given because they have already started the contract, and they had a discussion with the NRA over this, the National Road Authority. Also, I remember when the KMC also wanted to do municipal bus services. One of the directors, I think, or one of the officials, Mr. Singate, I think he now works with the Gambian embassy in Abu Dhabi. I think he was the one leading that project. He came to my ministry, we had a discussion, and we gave him our candid advice that it will not be advisable for the KMC to go into municipal bus service because for two reasons. One, the investment required is huge. Two, when you say municipal bus service or public bus service, they run on schedule. Whether you have a passenger or not, when the time comes, you have to run. You have to move. And you may end up having empty buses moving from one end to the other. And they may not actually bring in any profit. And the main essence of getting into this is for the council to provide the service to the people. It is not for profit, but they have to, in one way or the other, at least recover their operational cost. If that cannot be done, then it means that they have to fall back onto their limited resources to cover for the losses that have been made by the bosses. So, but
Something happened. We're not hearing you.
I think the president is calling him. So
no, it's not a president. It's a colleague. We have a.
Tell Ebrima.
I have a group with him.
No, tell Dr. Sillah.
I'll send him a text. Sorry, it's okay.
Yeah, tell Dr. Cisse if he wants, he can come and answer his own questions. So
no, this is not Dr. Cisse. Please,
okay.
Please. I know you are too much in love with Dr. Cisse because he's giving you guys a lot of battering, yeah. my man is such a fighter, and he's doing it so well. He's doing it so well. So yes, Chief.
So I don't think you answered. You got distracted a little bit.
clearly that as far
No, you keep breaking up. I don't know what happened though.
as we are concerned, we have, I made it very clear that, the ministry does not have a very strong, in terms of, regularity, of dealing with the councils. We don't have that. It's at a minimum level, because our paths hardly cross, except in only a situation where they want to do roads or infrastructure that has to do with our ministry. So most of the time, they deal directly with the aligned ministries. But I told you also, in 2 instances, the KMC approached us when they were they wanted to do the roads, I think after the first confrontation. They came to us, they wrote to us about the intention to continue, and we
I don't know what happened, Ibrahim, but it looks like you're cutting out, in and out. So
the advice we gave them was that maybe it was not going to be wise, for the KMC to go into public bus service, because for 2 reasons. One, it is expensive, and also the public bus services, when you say public bus service, they run on schedule. Whether you have passenger or not, when the time comes, they have to move. So that could be too challenging for a municipality like them. But that was an advice that we gave, and I think that was the last time we had a discussion with them on this. I think this was the time when one of their officials, I think a certain Mr. Singate, was working there, heading the project, and I think this guy now works as a diplomat in Abu Dhabi. Yeah. Since then, I've not heard anything from them.
thank you. Musa, go ahead.
So Honorable Minister,
I guess that answers your question.
do you understand?
No, you did not. I'm not happy with the question answers, but no problem. Musa, go ahead. I will follow.
No. It's not for you to be happy or not to be happy. It's for me to tell you how I think the issues are. I control the narrative here. It's not you.
Honorable Minister,
Yes, I control the narrative. I control what I need to tell you. Okay, not how you expect me to say. Okay.
Hi. Like when I reached out, I was under the impression that our program starts at 6, and I know that you guys make your fast, or like your boss would say, cut your fast at 7 o'clock. So, but now that we started at 5, so that gives us an extra hour. So we're looking at 2 hours, right?
Okay.
I kind of told you that when I left the message. Like it looks like we're having this.
But what time do they end the fast though?
I think
here is 17 past 7.
7. So that gives us still
another 1 hour.
Oh, good.
But Honorable Minister, like I said, my first question, when I came to Gambia, and I was impressed with all the road construction, but there was something else.
Yes.
Call it anecdotal if you want.
Yes.
Gambians are absolutely very unhappy with this government. With all the
unhappy with this government.
Well, hold on. You remember I said I went from, I'm not one of those that visit Gambia and just be in the greater Banjul area.
Okay.
Don't operate like that. I went all the way to the provinces.
I know you were in Kaur. I heard about you.
And I have acknowledged that there are things that you guys are doing. But also, when you talk to people, the little guy, whether it's Kaur market or Serekunda market, the affordability issue always come up. And they will tell you, as far as the government is concerned, they won't change. Anecdotally, and here we have the separate, they're affirming basically the same thing.
Okay.
That you are doing. Over 60% of Gambians are saying Akanyantale. When it comes to the trust factor, the same thing. When
Where
it comes
is this
to
50%?
the economy, the same thing. Anecdotal evidence reaffirmed by separate schooling is saying exactly that. So with everything,
anecdotal, you call that anecdotal?
No. Listen to my question. I said, when I was in the Gambia, you can characterize that as anecdotal. What is the same? Doina Akanyantale, Dekebi dafa metti. When we looked at the separate polling, it's a direct reflection of that anecdotal evidence. What do you say to that? The Gambians.
Well, what I say to that is that we know who Musa Jeng was talking to. Because Musa Jeng is the big strategist for UMC. So of course, Musa Jeng, we know who he was talking to and who will tell him Akanyan Tele or Amankanya. All right, but I can assure you that and the separate data is very clear. I think there is a lot of misreading into the separate data. For me, the data is speaking exactly the historical facts about election and voting patterns in this country. All right, look at the PPP. And at least I'm happy that on this platform, either all of you voted during the PPP year, or you were already mature enough to actually understand what we are talking about. Now, during Sadauda's days, his uptake, in terms of his, what is in his back, used to be between 42 and 48%. All right? These are core supporters of the PPP. No matter what, they would always vote for PPP. All right? And then you also had the undecided. The undecideds have always, since time, independence, they have always been the majority. People that probably don't identify with any party, or they have not yet decided who to vote for. This, for example, would be religious groups, on both sides, would be also professionals, bureaucrats, probably civil servants, or in some cases, young people. They are not either identified with a political party, or they have not decided well before election day who they would vote for. And by the time election day came, during the PPP days, Sadauda's uptake would increase up to 60 to 70% because of three very fundamental reasons. One, his democratic values, himself as a president, his democratic values and belief in, Project Gambia in terms of being calm, being respectful, you understand? Being an ardent believer in human rights and stuff like that. Then the direction of the country in terms of stability, in terms of, donor confidence in the country, in terms of, even what the opposition feel they were a part of in the country. But more importantly, the economic outlook. All right? People would rather identify themselves with some of these factors and then align themselves with it than take a risk. And of course, anytime there was election, Sadauda was going to win, and with a comfortable majority. No matter all the good talks that all the opposition parties were doing, bringing out the flaws, you cannot run a government without having flaws. This is a given. We are human beings. You will have challenges. You will have, flaws. You will have issues. All right? But at the end of the day, people don't want to take a risk. You understand? Now, when it came to the APRC, this dropped significantly, to its bare minimum. In some cases, during the former President Jammeh's time, you could see even when people in the opposition parties boycotted elections, the voter turnout would not be more than 42% or 38%. This is record. You can go and check. All right? And remember, that is why also, even when all the opposition parties came together, they were not able to, beat President Jammeh, to a bigger margin, still prevalent. The voter apathy, the lack of confidence in those things actually directed, influence, the pattern. Now, come 2021, we have started seeing a shift. The core increased from maybe barely 22% to maybe 32%. And then the undecided became even, important for any of these political parties that were competing in that election. Now, zero in that to what we have in terms of, Cyprus and its current, predictions. What I see as a prediction of Cyprus is more telling us about the same historic voting pattern. That is why when they put everything together, they said President Barrow was still going to win at a margin, is it 48%? Because they have not factored in all the undecided, all the others that are supporting the political parties. But when it comes to singular popular vote, the president and his party are well ahead. And that is why you people have to, understand the way this, process is structured alongside with what we think is the historic voting pattern of this country. The truth is, we know that the opposition are in disarray. That is very clear. Some cannot choose a candidate. Some cannot get their registration sorted. Some, cannot actually tell you what they want, their direction, other than hitting at the president and his ministers that they have big cars, and things like that, as if, ministers should drive in a donkey cart, At least when I was young, I was a horse cart driver, so I'm proud of that. But I'm just telling you that what is being portrayed and what we are seeing are completely two different things that, furthermore,
Honorable Minister,
do too much reading into these reports. We respect, as the government issued a statement, we took note of all the issues that have been raised, the outcome of the study and everything, but we also are assuring our supporters of the government's firm belief that what we are doing is working, and that we don't expect everybody to go out there and then, say anything good about the government. That in itself is not even good for us to say that 100% we are going to have everybody say everything about us, good and whatever. But, remember, some of the people that express disquiet.
Because of time.
No, but let me finish this. Some of the people that express disquiet is because probably they don't have access to the services that are being delivered now. Let's Cyprus go back to the same population and talk about services, delivery, and then see. Because now we have at least 90% of the whole country having electricity.
When you have, Honorable Minister, when you have 2/3 of a population, over 60%, I'm not talking about 100%, I'm not talking about 2%, I'm not talking about what the opposition is saying.
Yes.
Now, I'm talking about the vulnerability of the status quo, and you know it.
There is no vulnerability. You people are becoming too theoretical. Forget theory about this. I'm telling you about, practical politics on the ground. Practical politics on the ground and the theory of you, the intellectuals, are completely different. I'm just telling you, what you people are advocating.
Let me frame my question, please.
Frame it.
We're running out of time.
Yes.
There is the third term debate. If you look at the crux of the issue, as far as 2026 is the third term debate. Honorable Minister, Yo, Man, Pasamba, Sariang, and a whole lot of people, we're here fighting to liberate our country. You know, and I know, the spirit of coming together in 2016, the spirit was this third term. The spirit end to self-perpetuating. I know, constitutionally, Barrow can run for the next 25 years. Honorable Minister, what Gambians are saying is that the guy has been there for 10 years. All we are saying is allow within the NPP somebody like Ebrima Sillah, anybody else. But what Barrow is doing is basically what we've seen in the past. Jawara saying in wanting to resign, go help with them. Jam made the same thing. And here again, we heard what President Barrow said. If I go, my party will be in disarray. Even some of the opposition having the same problem. Someone has to step in. And the fact that we elected President Barrow, all of us, and we had this spirit that no one is going to go over 10 years. Honorable Minister, don't you think it makes sense for people to say that he should step aside and allow somebody else?
I know you are so scared of President Barrow.
Nobody is scared of him. We are saying.
No, I know you are so scared.
No, we're not.
President Barrow standing.
I'm just saying.
No, hold on. Hold on. I've heard all your questions and I know where you are directing at. You see, let it be made very clear that you, the outsiders that chose not to be part of the NPP, stay out of our leadership issues. You cannot decide for us who we will, choose as our leader for 2026. And we said we have chosen President Barrow, and that is our final decision. I don't know what is your problem with that. We are not hiding anything about this. President Barrow is our candidate. You see, all the things that you are beating about the bush, Uncle Musa, regarding the constitution and the 5-year term, a 10-year term, you know very well that when President Barrow came to power, his very most important project was the Constitution project. And that Constitution was very clear. You cannot go beyond 2 5-year terms. What happened? While that Constitution was being, hold on. When that Constitution was being, prepared, certain clauses got leaked. And then you had the main opposition party said, unless some of those things were, removed, they were not going to support the Constitution. And yet, all of you got so blinded about these facts, basic facts. You want to blame President Barrow that, he's the one who torpedoed the Constitution here and there. We are not going to sit idly by and accept that. The truth is that when we sit on these platforms, let us talk about what is in the best interest of this country. President Barrow was committed to giving us a constitution that gave us 2 5-year terms. And what did these people do? You know very well. Where have you ever seen this? That they came up with a constitution that has a retroactive clause to affect one person. that does not happen anywhere. That is not decency. That is not prudence. That is not, clever way of going about things. I think, the truth is we have made it very clear. The NPP as a political party will support anything that will advance the democratic process of this country. But we will also push back the notion by people like you and others who want to think that they can force a candidate on our party. We cannot accept that. No, this is that. Because why would you always, because this is my 3rd appearance on this program, and you always ask me this when we were in the diaspora. Yes, I was very committed to that fight. And I exhibited that.
All of a sudden you have amnesia.
Exhibited that. But you see, the truth is, Uncle Musa, the Constitution was already destroyed before it was birthed, and because of that type of thing, and the fact that the makers and the movers behind the scene of that Constitution wanted to target one person, which is the president, they put in there a retroactive clause. They went to Nigeria with idea. They came to Gambia. They had, series of discussions. Everybody agreed, except few opposition parties. And then what happened? The thing went to the National Assembly. Because of that particular clause and few others, it was thrown away. We went, okay, not everything is lost. Let us look at the Constitution again. We brought in another Constitution that institutionalized, a term limit. It has also been thrown out of the National Assembly. And in fact, you were all here when the UDP said, even when a comma is removed from that old Constitution that was, thrown away by the National Assembly, they were not going to support it. And they made good of their threat. So what do you expect us to do? To invent a new Constitution that does not go through the processes and then, we implement that? I think, really, this argument is getting old old. It's like, having old wine and put in a new bottle. But, we can see from inside that, new bottle, the old wine that is placed there. And we will bring out the same old argument, that you people tend to forget easily.
Well, I didn't expect for you to say anything differently.
You know me. I mean, I'm fasting today, so I don't want to talk too much.
Out of government,
I don't want to go into arguments too much. But you know what we will do?
It does not exist.
You know.
Yeah. So I'm going to take you back to your ministry. This is a question that somebody sent me. That apart from the Hakalang Road,
yes,
almost all the roads built in the Gambia do not go through impact assessment.
Oh, really?
Is that something that you guys factor? Is that true or not? And if true, which roads have gone through impact assessment, and including the Banjul project? Because the argument is Banjul project did not go through that, and most of the roads that you guys are building are not going through the impact assessment.
Well, the Banjul roads are not yet finished. The Hakalang has been completed, and I know that a Ghanaian infrastructure audit team came here. They went to Hakalang. They went to the 50 kilometers in the urban area. They also did, I think, the Battle Hardin. They were, their services were hired by the Auditor General's office. We have not yet been privy to the outcome of their report, but what I've been hearing is that they have expressed some thumbs up for the Gambia in terms of the quality of the drainage structures and also the density of the roads. The Kiang West roads are also under construction. Very soon they'll be ready. Of course, impact assessment will be done. The other roads that we have done and they are completed, of course, impact assessment can also take time because you don't want to assess yourself. You want to bring in the people with the right caliber of experience to be able to do this for you, and their report is independent, so they give you their opinion on what they think you should do better, what they think should be reinforced, what they think should be done in terms of cost savings, but also quality. So we look forward to more of those type of exercises because they help us also. Wherever we have deficiencies or issues, a suggestion will be made as to how we can really, deal with those ones. So we look forward to any impact assessment that will be done on our roads.
Now, Minister Sillah, if one thing that your government talks about so much, so proud, is the OIC projects.
Yeah.
They gave us a road, they gave us the Sadauda Kairaba Center, they gave us an extension of the VIP lounge at the airport. What people have not seen yet, though, is the actuals. How much money was spent during the OIC project, and when shall we see an audited account of all OIC projects?
Well, let me say this. The OIC was audited, the office itself, and the projects that it oversaw. There have been audits on the spendings, and there have been audits on the processes, because there was both a process audit and also investment, expenditure audit. And this, I think, is public knowledge. It was part of the Auditor General's report of 2025. That one is there. Of course, even though the OIC project has finished now, we are still doing some of the legacy projects. The Battle Hardin now OIC Road, Highway, OIC Highway. We are doing the third phase of it now, which includes, additional supply lanes, to ensure that, the quality that is expected of this type of infrastructure match with the outphase. So that one is being done. But remember also, every year, the ministry is audited by the National Audit Office, the Auditor General's Office, and our books are examined, our expenditure is examined, our processes are examined, in terms of our, biddings and also procurement and all sort of things. So, and audits are meant to, the government is that those processes are respected.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Honorable Minister, thank you very much. My question to you is, I heard you said impact study, and but you also said the roads are not completed yet, and I'm little confused. Do you normally do impact study or feasibility study before construction or after the project is completed?
Well, feasibility study is done before you construct. You do the feasibility, you do the detailed designs, and then you do the costing. Then you do the construction. When you finish the construction, then you are audited in terms of what has been delivered, what has been spent on it, the quality and everything. The process audit will include the qualities delivered and also the durability that you mentioned in your document that this road will take. Then they will do all kinds of tests to know whether, yes, this road can take this long and last this long and stuff like that. So there are two different stages. The feasibility is done before. It's like a concept, the conceptualization of the road project. And then, you do your designs, your detailed designs, and then you do your costing. Then after you do that, then you start your tender process, then you award the contract, and then you build the road. And then it can be during the building of the road or after building it, delivering the project, the impact assessment can come in. But even within the National Road Authority itself, there are various components of assessments that are done. Is when the road bed is being prepared, to the sealing, which is either to use double surface dressing or to use bitumen, to use asphalt, at those processes, then you can do a process audit, or when you have finalized, you can do a compact assessment to see whether what you claim to put in your project documents or your procurement documents are what you have delivered to the people.
So, Minister, the reason I ask you this, in your earlier conversation regarding the municipalities, why some of them are stopped, and you kind of highlight, areas that has, for example, network pole wiring and stuff. And I'm not following what you are saying right now. So
Yes.
the fact that I asked feasibility study and impact study, because impact study, the outcomes and what it benefits. So I think, where do you guys do the stage though to identify, like, for example, the drainage system, knowing that somehow if we build this road, there is not a good drainage system. If rainy season comes in, water might stale or cause flooding. And when I hear you say this is where it is, where does these things fit specifically? Right? So if you could give us on a high level, you don't have to go into the where do you do feasibility and what does that comprises of? Impact study, what do you do? What is that comprises of?
Well, feasibility, of course, is pre-construction before you start any construction at all. Right? Okay, Sarian wants to do the Newtown Road. That is a concept, right? You put it on paper. I want to do Newtown Road. Then you go and do your studies to know how many kilometers or how many meters actually is this particular road. All right? You do the soil test. You do all the other studies. Then you do the feasibility study of the road itself. And then based on all this data and information that you have, you go and do your design of the road. And then you prepare your BOQ, that's the bill of quantities, and then the cost is prepared. right? That's where that will include the drainage system, that will include the drainage, that will include the services, which of course include the electricity poles, the water pipes, and also the cables, the telecoms cables. So all those things will be, in the feasibility report and the design where these things should be. So you put a cost to them. Then when you do that cost, that is when you go out to tender, and then you award your contract. Now, when you award your contract, the work starts. All right. So all the things that I have said is like pre-construction, pre-work. Then when you start the work, then you look at the road bed, because you have already done your design and your specification. Then this specification, the contractor has to go by that and the design. Sometimes you can be in the work, on the process, you start the work and then you do some variation and change the design again based on new realities that come up, right? It's not very static, it's not like a 1, 2, 3 scenario. You can be implementing and then you see that you need to do some design changes and whatever. Then when you do that, after you have built your road now, then your compact study will, assessment will come to. So whether what Sariang said he has put on this road, that's the same amount, or whether the quality is good enough, the road density is good enough, the road width is good enough, is the same thing. So those are the things that really, will come in the project.
Okay.
So the municipalities issue that you talk about, the relocation of services, those ones, they should have done their studies themselves to know what services need to be relocated, whether the roads will remain as it is, because the corridor matters also. So it'd be only 7 meters wide or 10 meters wide or even more, based on your design and your studies. I can bet you that most of this information were not made available when they wanted to do those roads.
Well, and that is, of course, according to the Honorable Minister. I mean, most people...
No, it's not according to the Honorable Minister.
Musa, here is my catch-22 question. The reason I'm trying to ask this question is, if all that stuff has been done,
yes,
and a municipality said, I want to do this project, right? And that information is readily available. Why do they have to reinvent? Why couldn't the ministry share that information with the municipalities?
Well, remember that most of the roads that were being earmarked for construction by, for example, the KMC that we are talking about here, we did not do any design or feasibility studies on those roads. We only identified their number of kilometers, coordinates, point A to B, how long the road is, but not the real designs and also detailed studies. And things happen. Of course, if they want to do the road, we expect that they would have done all these very detailed studies, because you don't just jump and then say you are going to do a road. You have to do a lot of
Go ahead, Musa. I think it all falls into you are in charge of your own narrative.
Understand the politics of it. You guys will do everything. Here you have Minister Sillah talking about KMC launching a busing, and he's like, well, we don't want them to waste their resources. Who are you? They've done their own feasibility studies. They want to do this. And you're standing on the way. They want to construct a road. You're saying they have to cross their eyes and cross their T's. All I'm saying is, but that's not even my question. Because how much time do we have left, Mr. Minister? I want to make sure that you're within we're 6:45, right? So how much time?
7:45. Oh, 7:45. Okay, one first. I'm still 5. Okay.
I'm got a very new or new what time it is.
I have 12 more minutes.
12 more minutes. Okay. So, Minister Sillah, coming back to the politics of it.
I don't know whether you are hearing me.
I can hear you now. So, we all understand why you guys want. Yes, can you hear me? Minister Sillah.
Father Mosi, are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. I don't know whether you can hear me though. Apparently, you are not hearing me. We cannot hear you. We cannot. Well, we can hear you. I want to make sure that you can hear me.
No, I can hear you now.
Oh, great.
No, I said I have only now 11 more minutes.
Oh, 11 more minutes. Okay. We're going to
Yes.
so make sure that you keep your answers short too. So, Minister Sillah, we've all been hearing you saying that the opposition, they're also in disarray. We also understand that you guys have problems from within. There is a reason.
Yes.
You guys cannot allow President Barrow to step aside. President Barrow is gone, there's no NPP. If NPP becomes the opposition, we all know that realignment. NPP is gone forever, just like PPP and APRC. Now, is this just rumors, or are you saying that there's a lot more to you guys being together outside of the president if he were to step aside?
No, you see, Alaji Uncle Musa, I don't want to go back on this issue again.
What is that?
No. I mean, the truth is this: NPP is a bona fide political party in the Gambia.
Yes.
It is mandated by the Constitution to choose a leader. We have chosen our own leader.
Granted.
All right. So I don't know why what else you want me to say again. We have moved on. Let us go back to the campaign, and then we meet in the field, and then we wrestle you people down.
All right.
Hands down.
Going to the campaign.
Yes.
You employ a strategy in 2021. And here we are going towards 2026. I have my own characterization in regards to your campaign strategy in 2021, which I'm sure you will disagree.
What is that?
I'm glad you asked me. I think the NPP strategy in 2021 is use fear and use tribal politics. That's what you do. And you utilize it effectively. And most people would say fear factor, tribal politics, NPP won. Is that going to be the same strategy in 2026, Honorable Minister?
No. Let me correct you in the first place. I think you are wrong to say that we use fear and tribal politics. NPP campaigned on a very clean sheet. All right. We went out there, we talked to people based on the record of the president, based on what he was doing for the people of this country, and based on the manifesto as clearly spelled out in our manifesto. All right. We are all here. We produce videos, we produce audios, we produce newspaper clips and everything to tell people what we are coming to do for them, what we have done for them, and what this era will mean for the Gambia. And we have made good of that. We are producing, the university is functioning very well. One of the, most amazing thing about this country, all sectors are doing, phenomenally well. This is what we promise. I don't know why even anyone wants to, spin that up to say that, we use fear and tribalism. Of course, Gambia is made up of people and tribes. When you are going to campaign, you have to campaign to the tribes. You have to campaign to people. So I don't know why people are taking these things out of context and then try to put a lot of theory in it. For God's sake, we are not theorists. We are not conspiracy theorists also. What we are doing is that we are going to Musa Jeng. Musa Jeng is a Mandinka, of course. We'll speak to Musa Jeng in his Mandinka native. Is Pasamba Jau is a Wolof, we'll speak to him in his Wolof native. Is Sariang is a Jola, we are going to speak to him in his Jola native. So, Gambia is made up of tribes and people. And, when you go to those tribes and people, based on their ethno-linguistic languages, you have to speak to them on that. You have to, relate to them on those issues. Sometimes, I don't know. People are...
You know what I'm talking about.
No. Because, Musa,
Most can I get in my question?
What tribal politics are you talking about here? Tribalism against who? Because in NPP, you have all the tribes. I'm a Mandinka proud for that matter. You have Fulas, you have Jolas, you have Sarahules, you have Sereres. NPP is more diverse than any political party in this country. I don't know what tribalism. Tribalism against who? And
Mr.
for who?
Mr.
I
Minister.
think these are unfortunate, comments that I don't expect, this platform to even, spread.
That's
Because
exactly what I'm saying. I just
no,
don't
Uncle Musa. I think we should get this type of, discussion
I can
out
tell
of
you-
our political discourse, because
I can tell you
for me,
utterances that are not only the whistle, but
No.
megaphone. I mean, utterances that were said during the campaign, the fear factor.
but those utterances, look, we are political animals. When you are dealing with political animals in an equation of political politics, you have to understand that people will talk about things, but does that actually represent the NPP? Does that represent our policies? Does that represent our outlook? Flat no. So I don't know why anybody would. Because when you say tribalism against which tribe? Against who? Because you don't expect, Fullers to be in NPP, and then you are creating tribalism against the Fullers. You don't expect Mandinkas to be in the NPP, and you are promoting tribalism against Mandinkas. You don't expect Wolofs to be in NPP, and you are promoting tribalism against the Wolofs. So you see, this type of discourse, I think we should grow old out of them. I mean, to be honest, we are a very diverse political party.
Ibrahim, can I ask you?
Ibrahim, one day left in Karo, London coach. So
but it's time now. It's only 5 minutes.
I just want to ask you a quick question, and this is coming back to the impact assessment.
Yes.
Now, they're arguing that impact assessment, in fact, happens before even a shovel is put to the ground to check the environmental impact of that project.
Of course, we do all that. That's the feasibility studies.
Okay.
Those are the feasibility studies and detailed design, because feasibility will come with the environmental impact assessment. Okay. That's because environmental impact assessment has to be done to look at the type of work that you are doing. What impact will it have on the environment? Do you have trees there? Do you have old settlements there? Are there historical sites? I mean, do you have, mangroves there or other things that actually are significant enough to alter your design or to actually move away from those areas? That is part of the detailed designs and studies that you do.
All right, so I'll just give up my next question. Sarian can at least have one, since Musa Jeng took all the 11 minutes. Go ahead, Sarian.
Come on now.
Coach, thank you for one day. I wanted to ask the honorable minister. You took up our time. Now you're interjecting again, huh? He needs to go eat.
Come on now. You guys need to stay away from those kind of comments.
So honorable minister, and I think the reason why I'm trying to ask is, this impact study also affect communities, right? You put that into consideration. How they are living, their compounds are very close to what risk is involved and all that good stuff. So, but honorable minister, why, knowing everything that's happening now, are you willing to reset the relationship with the municipalities across?
But is there a problem? Is there a problem between us and the municipalities?
No.
I don't know of any problem.
Honorable, with all due respect, when I say I didn't like your answer because I think it was very evasive. So here is the question, straightforward, honorable minister. Are you willing to reset in terms of opening new doors of engagement with these municipalities if they knock on your door?
Government is open. Government is very. But allow me to also answer.
No, but I didn't finish my question yet. How are you going to answer my question?
Okay, go on.
Please, I know you wanted to be in charge of the narrative. I understand that, but give me a chance to learn.
Thank you.
So my question to you is, are you willing to state on the record that you are more than willing to engage these municipalities whenever they reach out to your minister for help, or even sharing information in terms of their construction that they're doing in their various areas in terms of national development? How do you see yourself? Because at least, you are in the leadership role and you have to reach out to them, or if they reach out to you, to be able to engage them a two-way conversation. Just for their efforts to complement, government in their national development strategy. What will be your role?
I know Sariam being a UDP and Musa Jem being a UMC. I can know why you are so passionate about this question.
No,
but
no,
I can
it's not. I swear.
I can tell you our doors are very open. And then, we have never closed our doors on anybody. Those who want information and support and encouragement and also, guidance, they will come and they can come. And we are all ready to work together for the development and interests of this country.
And who would be the main point of contact for that?
They can contact me as minister.
Okay, sounds good. Appreciate it. I take you on your word.
Honorable Sillah, it's been a good one, and you've always
Thank
been
you.
support. So,
And it's exactly 7 o'clock now.
You have the last word. I'll let you have the last word, Honorable Minister.
No, just to thank you, because I look forward to be on your platform. At least if for nothing, but to catch up with Coach, and Musa Jeng and Sariang as individuals, great individuals. We fought together shoulder to shoulder in the struggle. And now, I know Coach has been consistent on his PDOIS, but Musa Jeng is now with the great advisor for UMC. And Sariang, I see the diaspora strategies and one of the biggest donors for the UDP. Congratulations. But just to tell you, the NPP is still here. You better brace.
You call me a low-hanging fruit, so don't worry about it.
But on a more serious note, definitely it's a healthy, way to advance our democratic discourse. As government, you see what our Honorable Minister of Information, Dr. Ismaila Cisse, is doing. Every Tuesday, going to platform, also, creating platforms for ministers to come and then clarify, to talk to the population, to talk to people in their local languages, to ensure that, we have the opportunity to interface. So really, I think, it is a change ministry now. A lot of new innovations. And we encourage that. Some of us are now encouraged to even participate on platforms because now we are kind of like emboldened with the new strategies that the minister and his ministry, have in place for us. People are now not afraid to go to the media because we are fully prepared. I can tell you, even before me coming here, he has prepared me on how to deal with you. Alhamdulillah, it worked, and I want to thank him.
Well, we want him to come. That he doesn't need to prepare you. Next time, tell him the doors are open for him to come.
Okay, I'll tell him that if he is not watching, maybe I'll also tell him that. But thank you so much for this opportunity. I think we should continue talking. Absolutely. As a people. That's our strength. We can disagree, on issues, on how we want to see this country governed, but the overriding interest for all of us, I guess, is to see that Gambia moves. And then, in a country, in a world full of turmoil, I think, we should take good opportunity of our peace and stability and our frankness as a people to engage into more frank discussions, notwithstanding our differences. This will only enhance our democracy and engender our democratic credential as a country. Thank you all, and Ramadan Mubarak to all of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sillah, and tell your successor that he cannot be using the ministry's platform to post about NPP's press releases signed by the most discredited Gambian politician in Sidi Tapala Panjai. But with that, I thank you so very much.
I took exception to that.
Well, I know you will, but
Yes, because I cannot be on a platform and you are degrading my colleagues, Coach, for God's sake.
No, I'm not. He's not your colleague. That guy should not even be your colleague. You know that.
No. Okay.
There is no way in the world.
I have just said no.
Okay, Honorable Minister,
you should be counting Sirinjai as a colleague.
Anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity, and hope to see you again. Hopefully this time, come to Banjul. We take you around to our projects.
No, we'll send Musa Cooper. That's his job.
But Minister, I know you got to get up, but you didn't talk about your new ferry that you've been working on.
I mean, next time, I mean, we are bringing, hopefully by the 23rd of this month, we are going to inaugurate.
Hey, some people
I mean, 23rd, you are invited, is the date.
Some people are saying also Starlink. Gambians
No,
are
I
saying,
don't have,
Hey,
I
take your
don't have
time
any
with
information
Starlink.
about
It's owned
Starlink.
by
I
a
cannot talk about
racist,
Starlink. I have no
bigoted guy.
information about it. I
Thank you.
don't know
Don't
what
talk
Starlink
about
is
it.
about.
Don't give
What
them
is Starlink?
don't give them any license.
No, what is Starlink?
How
I
much
don't
does
know
that ferry cost? And is it a
what is
grind?
Starlink? I don't know what is Starlink. What is it?
It's owned
because
by the
of the
despicable
problem that
man.
we're having right now, the
Tell
internet.
everyone.
Okay. I don't know about it. But anyway, thank you guys. And
Thank you, sir.
All
it
right,
was good having you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ebrima is a sport. It's always good to have him on. Yeah,
He is. Yeah,
he always
he's
put up a fight. And
at the end of the day, that's just what it is. We cannot all agree, but we can always have a very respectful or respectable conversation. Agree to disagree. And there are so many questions that one could have asked, because I wanted to ask them about that bridge that they are talking about between Bara and Banjul. How far we've gone with that. There are so many things. But at the end of the day, thanks, Ebrima, for joining us, especially being he is fasting and being here,
he's always willing to come in.
So those who want Starlink for business, I want nothing to do with Starlink. To me, show me who owns you and I show you who you are.
That's not necessarily how it works, though.
That's how it works in my world. That's why I said for me. I didn't say for you. I said for me.
Listen to me. It's not about you. It's about what is in the interest of a country.
What do you know about Starlink? Please tell me what you know about Starlink.
All I know about Starlink is our neighboring countries getting it. Their internet is cheaper, faster, better than we have.
Which neighboring country has
it? Starlink. Senegal.
Senegal has it. And their internet is cheaper and faster and better?
Absolutely. All you have to do is, when you flew into Senegal, I'm telling you, with my WhatsApp, I can pretty much call.
I can tell you something.
I'm telling you.
When I go to the Gambia, I use my WhatsApp without a problem.
All I'm telling you is, bro, for 2 years you haven't gone to Gambia, so
it doesn't. So at least it would be better now.
Listen to people that are in the know, the Basndao of this world.
Basndao. He's a capitalist 101.
That are out there. This is not about capitalism. This is about, look, we're looking about we're talking about AI now. We cannot just be
there is a guy here from Nigeria talking about Nigerians are always crying about the price and services of Starlink in their country.
Which guy?
He may be a Gambian. So
is the Starlink the company associated with Mars?
Yep.
Yeah, that's why.
I don't even go to that X thing. I'm done with it.
That what?
X, whatever he calls it.
SpaceX.
Oh, the X. Twitter.
Yeah. But anyway, it was a good one, Moose. Did you ever play the Ndayangi Or?
No. Maybe you are or.
Yes, you did. No, or mom. I don't. So Buma don't attribute that to me.
I played it in the beginning, and of course
okay, you're right. No, because what I wanted to, there was something I wanted to talk about. No, because I wanted to get into that conversation with you and Ebrima Sillah about Barrow and the third term. And I think their answer is a cop-out.
No, it is, but
there's a reason why they do not want to answer. Let me give you this, Musa. When ECOWAS was tabling that, because this time around what ECOWAS did, they had a technical team who first went, looked at the language and all that. And when they were discussing it, they sent the Gambian delegation, decided, hey, this man may go for a third term. Let's make sure he really supports this. They went and met him in Mankamankunda. That's where he is from. He was on vacation. He gave them the green light and said, I am 100% committed to term limits, to two term limits. Gambia should be 100% in it. So if you believe in that, Musa, if that is what you believe in, you cannot turn around and just use any other excuse like, oh, you cannot choose my leader for me and all. You see, Nelson Mandela could have run for a third term.
Of course.
But there was something he believed in. But if you lack core beliefs about an issue, when you just talk about it just for romanticization or whatever, just to sound cool, you will never stick to that. And that's what happened with President Barrow. That's why he could not do 3 years. That's why he could not do 1 term. That's why he could not do 2 terms. And left to him alone, he will go for another 20 terms. And they're telling you all this, oh, but when the constitution first came, in fact, Ebrima did not have a chronology of events right.
No, but they just...
Because the first draft,
right,
international idea was not involved in this. They were not part of that.
International
idea came about when the first draft failed. And that was when they took all these people and took them to Nigeria to have a conversation about how do we bring that draft back, not a new draft. Okay? And secondly, you and I and Banka were on the phone. I was traveling to North Carolina.
Yes.
With Ahmadba.
We called
they
him.
told us categorically they were not going to even give the first draft a chance to go through committee readings.
Exactly.
They told us that clearly. They were not interested in that. And the only problem was one part of the constitution, the retroactivity, which would have been negotiated during the committee stage and taken out. Easily. But they were not interested. And the second draft, yes, you can say we could have also given it a chance to go to the committee stages and all. That would have been great.
Right.
But again, Musa, we will not come and say, okay, you know what, this is a new for the people, by the people. We're going to handle it in a different way. We have a conversation. Then wake up in the morning, Musaje comes with his own draft and say, oh, this is a draft that represented the negotiation that we had. That's not how you do that. That was not done in good faith. All they could have done and said, you know what? All these parties come together, civil society come together. Let's look at this draft. What can we maintain? What can we take out? Something that we cannot have a consensus with, you say, you know what? Let's allow the National Assembly to look at that matter during their committee stages. We would have had maybe at least a draft or a referendum. But it was never done in good faith, because it was done to preserve the interest of one person and one person only, and that is Adama Barrow and his desires to lead. This is nothing about Gambia. They would never argue about what it does to the Musa Jengs or no. It was about the president's term. Who cares? You promised us 3 years. That should have been even a mute point. You could have said, you know what, 3 lale wahon, I'm gonna 5. Wouldn't worry about it. Take it out. I'm not running. But we will not even have
NPP will not do that. They don't even have the luxury to do that. Because these people, the party was built on Adama Barrow and incumbency. Adama Barrow aside or out of office, NPP doesn't exist. These folks, they don't have anything in common. You heard what Ahmad Ba said. Do you seriously believe Ahmad Ba, Dr. Cisse, Ebrima Sillah? You think that these folks can really survive as a party outside of government? It's not going to happen. It's not. The only reason why he's their only go-to is simple. Just like the same reason that Jawara people would say, because they think he is the guy. If he's out of the equation, PPP will not be the same. Even within the opposition, there are issues like that. Let's be honest.
No, even UDP, Sibopam.
Build parties.
Even UDP.
Well, we can have our own intra and still stay together because we have core beliefs. That's not how it works.
Yep.
You see, so what they're saying, oh, you choose Ragal Barrow. No, it's not about that. It's definitely not about that, because all of us, come together, Gemba Barrow. If it wasn't for us, Barrow wouldn't have been president. Let's be honest. If it wasn't for Halifa Sallah sacrificing, if it wasn't for Usainu Dabo sacrificing, if it wasn't for Ahmad Bas sacrificing, they all step aside about new Gembala. That's what happened. This is just recent history. So we know that if President Barrow were to step aside and let them have a primary within the party, everything will collapse overnight, I can tell you. And they know that. So what are they doing? President himself said it. My party is young and I want to allow it to grow. That's what he said. It's always convenient. a real leader whose focus is the interest of the country, the interest of our democracy, would roll the dice and said, you know what? These people, I'm going to step aside and oversee a free and fair election that will consolidate our democracy. Well, Duko Def. It's not in him to do that. The Dr. Sisses of this world will not allow it. The Ebrima Sillahs of this world will not allow it. Because they know that they have absolutely nothing in common. Lolu moy dega.
There is one commonality.
Yes.
Power and borrow.
Lularek.
Lose borrow, lose power.
When they accuse the opposition, all they see is hungry for power. I heard, the Honorable Minister of Information, Dr. Sisse, said that on Coffee Time. I'm like, seriously?
Now, what Musa, he's got Dr. Sisse Wapamsa. This my boy. He's the last person to talk about that. You formed a political party. You wanted to be in power. As soon as they dangle a ministerial position, you forgot everything that you stood for and said, you know what? Forget you, I am going. You are part of a party that have a constitution that is touting term limits. In fact, to the extent that you are even term limiting people for how many times they can contest as candidates. Within your party.
Yeah,
but today, you are here telling us people are power hungry because of...
Let me say this. My last point is, we all know how the game is played. Our problem is the opposition, is us. These people are not playing fair. Really, they know exactly what they are doing in order to win. You know, even though Ebrima Sillah is pushing back about this, this fear factor and ethnic politics. I mean, that's how they won in 2021. It's not that they have policies that were superior. No, it wasn't that. We all know how they won. And it's exactly how they intend to run in 2026. There's going to be a lot of subtlety and filaharijar. But they know. Now the question is, the opposition, what in God's name are we going to do?
Nothing. Lose.
What I'm seeing is not very encouraging.
What are you going to
do? Divergence. Yomba. We want to come together. I know why the Dr. J's and Nyom Deja, they're doing this. Let's hold fire so that so that we can put out the distraction, so that we can give the process a chance. Divergence is a problem. If divergence is a problem, my friend, you seriously believe that these people are serious about coming together? Parties would rather win the election than come together to defeat this guy. I can tell you that for free. Our commitment, our problem is not necessarily NPP. Our problem is us. How focused and serious are we to come together and defeat this man? Lan lañu jaral buñ fi naxante.
Da ngeen lose de.
Wala lo mi ne da ngeen use yow xana bokkulo ci.
Da ngeen Pullman. Let me tell you this again, 100%. Man, Pasambajo, I am not interested in helping anybody to just become president. Most of these people do not believe in anything that they are saying. Once they get there, whatever agreement you have with them will be thrown down in the dustbin like there is no tomorrow. And the other issue, Musa, we have to face this. We've seen what is happening in Senegal and all these other countries, is whatever agreement that you have, when it comes to governance, the constitution supersedes it. So you must have somebody that you trust. Somebody that you know, if they tell you that I am going to do A, B, C, and D, you're not going to come here looking for another coalition. So to me, this is why I'm not stopping anybody, but I've decided, you know what? I'm just going to do me and allow people. I'm not going to expense my money on it. I'm not going to add my voice to it. Those who believe in that, oh, let's bring them all together, they would defeat. I'm not only interested in defeating Barrow. I want to see something concretely different. I don't want to...
Let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it. If you are not interested in defeating Barrow, which I think I'm not interested in replacing Barrow, point blank. But at the same time, you can only play with the cards that you are dealt with. We are where we are. So you are saying if these political parties were to come together, like a comprehensive coalition, which is of course very difficult as it looks like now, But if it were to come together, you are not going to support that effort?
Oh no, you can watch as a kanam because
like.
No, but let me answer it. I've mentioned this a billion times. Let me mention it again. I pass ambassador Galamin Awa Kojaw. Our interest in this. First off, here is the issue, Musa. The reality of the matter is, you have to look at the players and you tell me whether they are in fact serious in force coming together for the common good or interest of the Gambian people. That is fundamental to me. Okay? And giving what I'm saying, Sibopa, run has become so easy that everybody wants to run. Being a minister has become so important to some that people are ready to run. So if I see something serious, I may change my mind. With what I'm saying now, let's duke it out. Whoever wins, it's up to the Gambian people to decide. But I'm not going to waste my time on it because I know what I know. And I do not see anything tangible right now in front of me that shows me that we're going to have something that would be done to advance the interests of the Gambian people.
You know what? I'm not surprised because this reminded me a position that you've taken years ago. History has a way of repeating itself. Prior to 2016, this was exactly Pasamba's position. He always saw the glass half full. The optimism wasn't there. There is a possibility. He always talked down at it. Pessimism all over the place. If we were relying on his pessimism, 2016 wouldn't have happened because that was his position then.
And you know what is sad? What is sad about your position? No. You know what is sad about your position? You started here. Now, even Divergence, they cannot do it. I don't see it happening. That's what he said.
Money.
No.
I paint a picture.
No. Defal Danka Musa. Believe me, we've been in this game for a very long time. You know me. I am quick on my feet. You came and casted doubts.
I do.
About the possibility of this happening. And I'm not giving up on Gambia. My guess Diba Chaku. No, I will never give up on Gambia. Lunekala Majaral. Why what it Luma Jarala to again? More to just help to just elevate somebody to the presidency. This guy, you know what Musa, let me just say this seriously. This guy, our politicians must start taking our country seriously. Musa. What we have in our politics, for the most part, is the biggest joke. Musa, you have how many parties? 21 parties or 22 parties. Musa, invite all those parties one by one to tell you seriously what they are going to do to better the Gambian people. You may not be convinced from the meeting. Maybe you'll hear it from 1 or 2 or 3 and follow them. For too long, Gambians have been playing with the lives of Gambian politicians. Musa Tenyun Amujot. Man, I'm not gaming. I'm not here to worry about Musa Yali Jalo and all this every day self-help the tank, the congratulate interviewers for interviewing him, and all. You have all these people running around. Our politics has been turned into a joke. Musa. Serious people cannot even be differentiated or separated from the unserious ones. When we get that right, let's talk.
Because I don't want it to be back and forth between man and mom. So I have to. But I want to give my homeboy opportunity to say.
No, me, I give you all the floor. I don't even have to say nothing, you know what I mean?
Okay, look. Do I believe that the opposition is in a quagmire? Yes, I do. But I also understand the complexity and difficulty. Anywhere you go, This is how politics sometimes tends to happen. Now, what I am not going to do, and this is like you, in as much as I am going to say this, if we cannot even accommodate divergence, that makes it very difficult for us to be able to come together. I will highlight that. But what I'm not going to do is to give up on the effort, because I will always tell them that this is the shortest way if we want to bring about change. That I will say. And you've said something. You said you are not interested in helping anyone to become president only to turn around and basically abandon or walk away from everything that they've believed in. But how in God's name are we going to determine that, looking at the crops of politicians that we have out there? Because you see, we're not, what do they call this? We're not talking about, running against God. We're talking about, we want to create an alternative. We have what we have is President Barrow. He's the one we have. For the next 5 years, come 2026, December 6th, if he's re-elected, it is what it is. If we want to hit the reset button and try someone else, but you cannot sit here and say that people that are, unless you're telling me all the leaders that are out there, you're doing la, and you don't trust them. And when they get up there, they are not going to be any different from President Barrow. If that's what you're telling me, then let's talk. And tell me, why do you think me doing la, and that you cannot trust them? Because when I listen to you very carefully, that's what you are trying to say. Yes, we do agree. We don't want to just replace President Barrow. We want to replace a system. But the way things work, it has to be within the opposition as they are right now.
Are you done, Musa? My opposition to Barrow is very evident to anybody who listens. Even President Barrow himself knows that.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
Yangora Salomani. I am not interested in political expediency. I am not interested in being close to anybody. I am me. I do me. We had 2016, a change. A very difficult one for that matter, Musa. A lot of people went through hell and back to get us the change that we got. But it didn't take long for people to even forget what brought us together or brought that change about in the first place. Everybody started running helter-skelter. Ni the ministerial position, ni trying to build their political, their political base. And that is why today we are talking about building an other coalition, so that we will change that coalition again and hopefully change stuff. You see, what I don't want to engage in, Musa, is throwing Hail Marys, hoping that it would stick. Musa, we have to have a very, very honest conversation among ourselves. So that when we come out of there, at least we can look at each other in the eyes and say, you know what? We had a very honest conversation. Isn't that honesty? It is what is lacking in this. I'm watching, Musa. I read everything. I listen to. I watch interviews. I see what is going on. I've not seen any substantive conversation that is anchored on honesty and what is going to change our situation in the Gambia. Our focus is not the system. Our focus is individuals and what they can bring to the table. Gambia's problem is not only the individuals leading it, it's the whole system, Sibopa Musa. It needs to be dismantled, turned upside down, with very bold initiatives. But man, I believe, this is my belief. When that change happens, by kind of elections, 2026.
Yeah, December 5th.
By 2028, Musa Jeng would be here again. Ak Mahanambi, talking about why we need to have a third rail, why we need to come together again to give it a choice. To the opposition crop, I'm sorry if you feel I do not have confidence, but I also believe, Musa, no single opposition party, one, can defeat Barrow on its own merits. It's not going to happen. So you will have to have a convergence, Sibopam. And from what I've seen, experienced during all the headaches that we had, you'll have a coalition, you will elect somebody, and we'll have a Senegal moment, just like we had the Gambia moment, where we'll be here trying to interpret what was said and what was not said. And I don't have the time.
If Boy Party is on your side on this issue,
he will be on my side.
No. I think the message, the core message here is what he's saying. It's not he's giving up, but there's key elements in his argument that stand out, right? So it's not about building personality. I mean, if you look at your core message, Musa, you're tripling all over yourself, right? So if you talk about the third rail, you engaged the minister here. You said why Barrow should not go for the third term. Somebody out of MPP should vie for the position. So these nuances that comes with the whole who we are as a country, then it becomes very central to our argument. For example, 2016, what happened? We all know. Maybe some of those things that we did not think ahead are issues that are biting us today. We overlook those. So it's good to come together, but what is going to be the criteria and the requirement to build a solid foundation? And I think if I listen to Coach carefully, he says, I am not into anything that's just about one individual or an entity. How do we bring different ingredients based on solid, things that would make us get to where we are? Because we're still struggling. The system is broken. We know that. I mean, just listening to Ebrima for about 2 hours, I had to shake my head because he gave his answers. But I told him, and he thinks he says narrative. No, it's how the system is broken. We could have done better. And I think Coach's argument central is not about giving up on the notion of coalition building. But what is the rudiment? What is the foundation based on lessons learned? We've seen these things. Senegal is having their own issues. We have folks who are vultures. They are standing out there. They want to take advantage. And whenever it's about one individual or one person see themselves as the successor or the other one sees himself as a predecessor. So I think if we don't transcend beyond egos, I think it becomes problematic. And I think before you get in down there, these things needs to be very clear. We have an issue. We have a fundamental issue. And we should be honest to discuss these things without taking sides, irrespective of who you align with. But this is a fundamental problem. And I think he's right on the money.
No, but Sarian, the other issue, Moisa Musa, and I watch these things. You look at some of these characters that we have now. One day, you dem ne visit na Musa Jeng, they join na UDP legi nak ñu su ko defé Mr. Dabo ñoo embrace la. Next day, there is breaking news. The guy who came yesterday joined the UDP, mo fu nekk deluwaat na NPP. Or join na Unite, or why deluwaat na UDP. So you have people ñi nga xamni ni, and these are the people that you listen to. ñom ñoy the core leadership. Xam nga man, Musa, let me tell you something. I do not even have hope with our politicians. Say whatever you want to say about Ousainou Darboe or Halifa Sallah or all these characters, even Ahmad Bah, NRP, OJ, and all these people. But at least there was something that they believed in. Mujara Land, whatever, lose everything, they stay there. You may not like their politics, you may not like their characters, but you know that at least these are people, when they say, man, I am in the opposition, nothing is moving them. That's where they are. It was most difficult. Now the people that you have, to borrow from you is like Mbuya Mbuis. Sibwapa. It's just whichever direction the wind blows, that's where they will go. But what I'm saying, Musa, Mangi Sol ki Baji. Just because I do not see serious conversation happening, that doesn't mean that it's not happening. I'm not saying it's not happening. That's why I am very clear. I'm always saying I have not seen. That doesn't mean that it's not happening. But here is the thing again that I want Saul to understand too. If you're having a serious conversation with one half of the opposition, the other half is not part of that conversation, you are still going to run through the same problem that you have again. Because as far as I believe, unless you have a comprehensive coalition against Barrow, you are going to lose. So that serious conversation must cut across corners. We have a history. We have to sit and have a very honest conversation. Why did coalition 2016 fail? Let's go back to NAD. Why did NAD fail? A, B, C, and D. Why did coalition 2016 fail? A, B, and C. We can debate it as mature, patriotic Gambians. And then say, okay, what lessons are we going to draw from those failures? A, B, C, and D, and this thing. What guarantees are going to be there to make sure we are not going to gel Musa Jeng, therefore the leader of the opposition, elect Musa Nyo, Waka Wurnyo, Nakala Medina Sabah Nyo, Darko, and Musa finally forgets everything that we agreed and believe me, I'm the president, I'm the executive president. And then now Sarian is now forced to go and talk to Falanjai and or somebody else and to Kulorsi and all that and say, you know what, Mama Lisa, we need to form an other coalition for Gedefi Musa Jeng because of Nakala Tunyo.
It's very unfortunate when I listened to Sarian and then he basically said that I'm tripping all over myself because of and it's unfortunate, and I'm not even sure where that is coming from, because I have been absolutely very consistent in terms of what is it going to take to put up a formidable force against President Barrow. Because I wasn't born yesterday, and I've seen elections after elections and after elections. Unlike you guys, because of our experience, our disappointments, what we are witnessing, that's how politics works all over the world. If I know that I am willing to roll the dice on most of these opposition parties for them to be the next government, even though I may have my reservations, but I am willing to risk it because I know what I have. And what I have, I'm not going to sit here and say this is completely bad, but I know that we need to hit the reset button to give the country a chance. We have to have new players. We have to have a new leadership. And I'm willing to hit that reset button and allow any of these leaders at the moment then settling for the status quo. Are there going to be guarantees? Absolutely not. Mr. Dabo, A.N.M. Dabo, was never president of the country. You guys known him for the past Nangami years. So what I'm saying is, unless you're telling me that taking a risk on him, we would rather settle for Barrow. I have known Khalifa Saleh over the years. Unless you guys are telling me that taking a risk on him, you would rather settle for Barrow. How would an A&M Dabo presidency look like? I don't know. But am I willing to take a risk on it? Absolutely. And then you have the new generation of leadership. The person that I support, Talib Ahmed Bensouda. You see, I am not naive. I don't get into the politics cannot be about personality driven. Politics all over the world is personality driven. If I see a young person who has been tested and he has what it takes to take the country to the next level, I am willing to take that risk on him. Are there guarantees? Of course not. Can he get there and walk away from everything that he said? It's possible, because we've seen it before. But am I going to sit here and allow my fears and lack of guarantees that let me settle with the status quo because I'm going to paint them with the same brush? I'm not going to do that. That's not smart politics. You guys are swimming in the sea of idealism. What do you expect? Guarantees, guarantees, guarantees. Lolo amun fen. At some point, we are going to take a risk. Now, as commentators, dinañ sonya. We are not hopeful. We don't like what you guys are doing. You guys should talk. The Dr. Jays, the Day Jaos, Nyom Sol Baji, Nyom Keba Fun, they're all trying. They understand the difficulty. They understand the complexity. But these people are driven by solutions, not pessimism. Pessimism is what Pasamba Jau is carrying, and Sariyang Marong, Munko Dimbale. Hanga mo nga dem ba ca ten ba niti pare enu dara nga defal ko teñ nga enko. That's what Sariyang is doing to you. No guarantees, my friends. There can never be guarantees. What we know is what we know. We want to bring change come December 6th. We are going to take a risk on any of these leaders. Now, where I do agree.
Oh, there is an agreement somewhere?
Of course.
Oh, go ahead.
Where I do agree, we have to speak to each other honestly. Do I want them to talk about what happened in 2016 and what went wrong and what are the safeguards that we need to put in place so that it will not happen? Of course, yes. That I do agree, that we have to talk to each other honestly. But when everything is said and done, I also do know that I would take a risk on any of these individuals, because status quo bi ni melni man doyuma. Man dama buga change come 2026. Now, coming back to the gist of the third rail that this guy is always poo-pooing against. And I don't know why. There is a plan A, which all the parties should come together under one umbrella. But we've already seen with the politics of the divergence. I'm not going to bury my head in the sand. What
is the politics of the divergence? Can you just be clear so that you understand what you're alluding to?
The politics of the divergence, meaning people are out there.
Mm-hmm.
After a press release was put out, as far as the divergence, let's hold fire, let's all work together and give this process a chance. People are out there saying, and I mean, I'm not talking about executive members, but people that support parties, and sometimes parties listen to their supporters. Oops, if you're talking to these people to hold fire, man, I'm out of there. I'll never support the party again. It doesn't tell well, because the organizers of this, effort are saying, let's hold fire. They're not talking about the executives. They're talking about the supporters on social media, because they will not undermine the process. But then people are going out there, people that are well known, saying that they don't even support that. Then you're not giving the process a chance. So if that is the case, Brother Marong, there has to be an alternative mechanism in place, and the third force is a very formidable, alternative.
And who is the third force?
The third force is a very viable, formidable, that will scramble the deck.
Which third force is that, though? Do you know of one in the making?
I am just saying, when I say a third force, Moine, an election where there are going to be only 3 candidates that are running.
Only 3? How do you determine that?
No, Mom Lalawa. That's why I tell it third force. I mean, I cannot determine anything. I'm just telling you.
No, go ahead. No, don't be defensive. We're just having a conversation.
I'm just saying, just like we're saying, the plan A, all the parties come together. If that cannot happen, I would like to see another alternative, which is the third force, that parties, they can align, they're not going to allow their egos or hatred. They can at least find common ground and put up a force, hopefully a third force that will run against 2 other competitors. That's all I'm saying.
Well, if I'm being a friend, hope is not a strategy. Most I I know you, and I know your enthusiasm when it comes to coalition building. Lum la jaral. Fum nekk ni do nelawati be election si passé. And then you turn into and the sad thing moy 2016 yangi am 2026 Gambian election si American midterm election si yerem nala. But aksa wa kër si bopam. But listen, here is the reality, Musa. Yes, somebody has to take chance on somebody.
Yes.
That is a fact. Su sey tase bala ñoo delloo waat jabar ji ne ko delloo laat ca kër ga ne lijjanti la ko tasoon njëkka pour seet ndax bii sëy ba dana mun a dema ndax dangaa indiwaat rek ñu génnaat fa. Musa, here is my thing. I watch. If you've noticed, most of the things that I say, I just say it now on this program. You've not had me on Coffee Time for a very long time. You've not seen me write. Most things are about what is happening for a very long time. No. I'm not just. I can still write things. I am watching what is going on. Musa.
Leaders don't
Money, I am not a novice in this. Just like you. All right? Hamnane, you were there when they had the Constitution Congress conference in London and the Independence Conference in London. You were there. The whole briefcases and all that stuff. Because you're much older than me. Much older. But Manit, I have at least gained some experience in dealing with politicians and understanding this, Musa. Man, I believe, if you ask me, Mr. Dabo, Adam Abaro, I'm not even going to have that conversation with you. But to me, it's not about individuals anymore. It's about a system that I have not seen anything that has been said by all these groups going to dismantle it, to turn ko upside down, change ko. Musa.
I totally disagree.
I've not seen it. Of course, you'll disagree because you're part of a movement.
No,
why is a movement? We cannot win anybody. We cannot defeat anybody. And this is what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the party that I.
No, hold on. Don't make it about the movement and Munino defeat anybody. You don't know that.
They cannot. On their own, they cannot. Just like, let me put it this way bluntly.
You don't know that. I think
the same way I believe, head to head, parties have them on their own. That UDP cannot defeat Adam Abaro. I believe that. Just the same way I believe that Doi cannot defeat Adam Abaro, that you cannot defeat Adam Abaro. For that to happen, this is why we are talking about I-third RELAC, I-fourth RELAC, I-coalitions, because you have to have a convergence of parties to be able to have a chance. Do you believe that or you don't believe that? Musa?
What's the question?
Mungla ignore Coach Pasamba because I wanted to respond to him because he made a lot of charges here.
Yeah, no, but my thing is, do you think you need a coalition to defeat Adam Abaro? If not, then there is no need to talk about it.
When you disrespect, I mean, a party that is coming up 6 months old.
I'm not disrespecting anybody. All I'm telling you, Moine, United Movement.
Even Sillah has the tendency of doing that.
Unite Movement.
Come on, don't.
Musa.
That's not going to change anything.
In codes.
I don't care. All I'm telling you, Moine. Unite Movement cannot defeat Barrow on its own, just like the UDP cannot defeat Barrow on its own. At least UDP, they have 27% of the votes in there that they can go back.
Musa.
So if you take that to be disrespect, you are in the political field. This is not I had it thing there. You came, you wanna lead me, you'll hear from me.
Coach, I think our brother man is either a mere called Paul or a selective amnesia. So I am gonna say this, saying that somehow, we're giving up, and giving up the concept of coalition. We wanted to embrace the status quo, or somehow disrespecting. We have the tendency of disrespecting UMC. Let me state it for the record. These are people who are in there. I knew them. I have good relationship with them. I have a lot of respect for them. But Musa, you just got, you cannot be, the reason I said you're tripping all over yourself. And I will harness and I will buttress that point very clearly to you. If you keep saying we need to build a coalition, a comprehensive, but you are also very firm in your stand to say that there is a third rail, it becomes a mixed message. Speak clearly. You are a political genius. I don't have any doubt in that. But I think one thing that I agree with Coach, we need to speak, and we need to speak clearly. Because if you keep saying, oh, no, it's not about, but I am aligned with someone who needs a third rail, and it becomes a mixed message. I don't know, yaman homa funga tahaw te lolu dafa wara wear kek. Then you are not doing that. And that's why I said either it's a mea culpa or it's a selective amnesia. Because the last time I checked, I never disrespect UMC. And I am telling you right now, none of us, we might disagree, but none of us wants to embrace the status quo. But it comes with, how do we formulate? What is the formula, though? If we cannot speak clearly, it's not about just continuation of the status quo. You have the same business people causing up to the government. They are getting the same contracts for many, many years. These are the structural problems. Or maintaining the same folks because of political expediency, because they align with some political parties. Whatever they did wrong, whether by the commission of inquiry or whatever, you forgive them because you think they are aligned with you politically. This is why the place is stagnant. And somehow we can't say that. Stuff that are forefront, that are immediate, got pushed to the back. So I think these are honest conversations we need to have, irrespective of whether you are passionate about coalition building or not. But I think we need to have, it's not disrespect to some certain person. No. Because if you make it about that, then it undermines your core message about who you are and what you stand for many, many years. And I try to listen to you and I try to get what you are saying, and I'm a bit confused. Because if you say, oh, you want to give up. No, we're not giving up. We're saying if we're going to go and talk about these things, let's make sure we are very clear on the objectives and the guidelines that's going to push us forward. I don't think that's bad at all. Because we have seen the repetition of the same issues over and over. And you know that. Things that we could have said, hey, we could have done this since we came 2016. But why did that never happen? Because of the issues that we wanted to address those issues now. That way it becomes a problem in the future. I get it. But we have to speak. Don't get all tripped up or hyped up about this thing, man. I'm saying, UMC, because you have a tendency. You have a tendency to be the 6 month political party. Come on, you've been taking a swipe at UDP for many, many years. So who calls you not to take a swipe at UDP or any other political party? Father Moss, man, come on. Be democratic, man, and be progressive, Father Moss.
All I'm saying is this.
That's okay.
For anybody to put your hands on. Pasamba Jaw Wahnako, quite clearly. These people have no chance of coming together. You said that. Unless you want to walk it back.
Do you believe they do?
Look, I'm just saying. I want to make sure that
I just repeat what you said, yo, Bigadore. Go ahead.
I'm just going to quote you correctly. That's what you said. You see, it's a waste of your time. That's why you're not interested in replace Barrow with an individual. That's what you said. So when I listen to you, it's like somebody who has given up. Even my boy Fati, Munepa Samba, he's on your side. You've given up. You're saying, you know what? It's Barrow we have. We're going to stick with Barrow. And then, of course, Sariang comes here.
Are you speaking for me or you're trying to interpret me?
I'm not interpreting you. I listen.
No.
I do very well.
You have amnesia. What are you sounding like now? What's her name? The former Trump did that Christino.
No.
But go ahead. You're answering what you want to answer.
No. Let's look at what we agreed upon. We think that the status quo, there is a need for change. D'accord? I want to believe that we all d'accord on that. FIBE December, we're looking at 8 months. We also do agree the shortest way to do that is for all these parties to come together. Pasamba Jau believe that is impossible. That's an impossible effort. So we're wasting time. Pasamba also believe he hasn't heard anything from these folks. Anything. Whether it's Adam Dabo, whether it's his new leader, party leader, Swaibu, whether it's the new kid on the block, Talib Ahmed Bensouda, whether it's Esafal, whether it's any of these potential leaders, LJ Dabo, he hasn't heard anything that he can put his hat on that would kind of even give him a little bit of, there is a need for change.
First, that's false. But I'll come back to that. No, Musa, no. So what? No, that is no. Let me throw this at you. Let me
clarify that. You quote him, so let him clarify.
No, I don't understand this now.
What I said,
understand.
No, because there was.
I understand.
Musa,
you have to take ownership of your occurrences. You cannot make an
clarify. You is representing me.
But let him clarify, Musa.
Representing me to try to sell your coalition agenda. When I talk here, I'm talking about the collective. More than money, and you got mad. The UMC cannot defeat Barrow. Usainu cannot defeat Barrow with UDP alone. I'm talking about the collective. Because there was a question being hamne momla mamalisa nakala to the lache. Even your doi doesn't know. It's not a party agenda. We are not talking about a party agenda. We are talking about collectively coming together and presenting an agenda being hamne is agreeable to change the system. I have not seen it. So you can continue now.
Let me ask you this. I have not seen it. Now, bro, good people are out there working hard. Because you see, nothing happens out of a vacuum. You haven't seen it? What have you done about it? You haven't seen it? What have you done about it?
I don't want to do anything about it.
I mean, that's the problem. All I'm saying is just because you don't want to do anything about it, that doesn't mean you should make utterances that will undermine the efforts of good people.
You see, that is so unfair. Man, I have a right to my opinion. No, Defandaka. I have, you know what, where I am? I am in a platform where I am supposed to make my opinions known. Defandaka. No, this is what you do.
Something.
This is what you do. I remember. No. You've come here on this platform, and even question methods of what other people are doing to get a coalition. You've done that. Coalition for system change.
Don't also forget that it's all over how parties should select their flag bearer and how the primary system should go. So
you've done that. We are here to have a conversation. I have my opinion. You have your opinion. I'll share my opinion. If what they are doing is so true and so strong, Pasamba's opinion will never be able to undermine it. Never. I'm not that important.
Let me come back to it. We're faced by life is always about choices.
And I'm using my choice like this.
Life is always about choices.
And I've picked my choice.
Salum Jai. But coach, your voice get a good following.
Kisu Salum, happy birthday, Mr. Salum. Belated.
So
You're a good guy, good man.
So it matters. That is why every utterance that you make needs to be measured and needs to be unifying and not the other way around. And when I listen to both of you, someone who has been carrying the UDP briefs for years, and even though I accuse of, oh, he supports UMC now, he doesn't have. When I come on this platform, I wear my independent hat. I have much more of an independent streak than either one of you.
Mane, you don't have it anymore.
Take your independent streak, carry it from cartoon to coiner, okay? Me, I don't care about that anymore, okay? So you get sucked into, especially when you mention, and then, you know, you have this tendency, jahas pahas, you know, you take it there, and trying to mix people and confuse people. But we know we'll keep you on your toes. Man, independent be. You can take the mantle, you can take the trophy, you can take the global Nobel Prize of being independent. Me, I don't care. Take it from carton to coin and running with it. Man, care uma.
This is the
digger. And what I'm asking, what I'm troubled by you is, you keep saying, Coach, you have to speak up. Well, he said, we need to kind of be clear and state out our objectives. Is that not speaking? Maybe you don't agree with that. But at least you call yourself as chief strategist and a Democrat. You should respect divergent views, brother man.
Bro, look, let's cut to the chase. We all agree that we want to see change in 2026. Not that we don't like Mr. Barrow or we don't like even our friend Ebrima Sillah that was here, but we believe for the interest of the country, we want to have an opportunity to set that reset button and bring in other new players to run the Gambia. I want to believe that. Now, how do we do that? All of us also d'accord nene. If the parties come together under one umbrella, under one leadership, that would be the surest way to do that. And I believe that. But we also recognize the difficulty of that happening because of pronouncement and this effort that was launched called the Divergence and how people reacted to it. It kind of makes it like, oh my God, this is not going to work. So what do we do? Personally, that is why last week I said something. There has to be a timeline to stop all these footsie, or call it dance, all over the place. Because when you do that, then we don't have enough time to run a serious campaign against the status quo. At some point, we should say, you know what? We cannot come together. We cannot. Because that's just not possible. And Kuchineka, you'll find your way.
Can I ask you a question, Musa?
Yes, sir.
Do you see a scenario where the UDP and Unite movement will join a coalition? Because I believe now that's a bigger challenge than even UDP and DOI. Because that was mostly on strategies. This one, I think, is a lot more difficult. Do you see a scenario where, knowing what you know, observing what you're observing, that the UDP and Unite would come together in a coalition?
Let me answer it this way.
Let me answer it this way. Well, go ahead.
Buguta answer. So they get
answer that. Because what he's asking is a very fundamental question that I always ask myself. And just like the skepticism he has, I have similar skepticisms. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to give up. And that is why...
you didn't answer it. I'm going to answer the question, Derek.
I'm going to answer it.
Okay.
I'm very skeptical, but if they get to a point that both parties, because these are honorable people, subscribe to a process and sign on the dotted line in that process, then I could see, because right now at the preliminary stage, they are all going to the apex effort and they're all participating in this effort. that is from the executive level. What Musa Jeng is saying, or some other guy on social media, is a total different story, even though it can be a distraction. So if that effort leads them to sign, yes, we want to participate in this process, and that process bring about be under the same, then they will have to, then it is possible. Is it going to be difficult? It's very difficult. Will I bet my lot of money on it? Maybe not.
I'm gonna Tamarahne is going to be almost impossible. Let's say even agreeing to a process. UM, the United Movement, fairly or unfairly, came about because they were part of a process that they realized maybe they did not agree with what it was going to happen, and they decided, you know what, maybe it's best to walk away from this. How do you then go about and subject yourself to another process again that may not walk your way? These are all difficult questions that UMC would have to answer.
No. UMC walked away from a process that they perceive not to be credible, fairly or unfairly. People can have different interpretation of it. That's not for me to say. They walked away because they don't think that there was a process. What they saw was really, an anointment. You can disagree, and I'm sure a lot of UDP people will disagree that there was actually a process that we all witnessed here, and A&M Dabo became the party person who was selected. Of course, the UMC folks that were part of the UDP, they saw it a little bit differently. They thought that the whole thing was just a farce and that there was not a process. Now, that doesn't mean if they engage in another credible process that bring about A&M Dabo becoming the leader, that UMC will not subscribe to that. If UMC does that, then people like Musa Jeng will walk away from UMC. Because you cannot subscribe to a process, sign on the dotted line, and then the process bring about a person, and then oops, man, I don't want this person to lead me.
But Musa, can we not make the same argument that the process that they subjected themselves to?
You haven't heard what I said. I said, whether fairly or unfairly, they did not believe that that process was credible, that there was no process.
That's what I'm saying, Moine.
Telling you.
No, but no.
Danga deglu na kuru watan. You gonna degu.
Sabari. It cannot be about you guys against me.
No, it's not. Don't make it about that. You are making it about that.
No. People need
to so relax, man.
You can see that. People
relax,
can see
okay, then go ahead. You do tontu.
Relax. You don't know
No, Pasamba. Wahuma lulu damane. Yo yange compare lo hamne apples and oranges.
No, but why not buy my Seneagalese question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yo kay lebi
il faut nga déglu nak tay nak xamna ne or bi mu ngeen metti nak wante take ko easy faaramu
mun nay or sa continuer be elek. It reminds me this person ki oron be dog wara
man ne da nga take ko easy legi dal you are losing your mojo day and day. I get text messages upon text messages. How is Faramos man legi dal, he's not that strategist anymore. Because then corner get frustrated, especially when you talk about UMC.
You want me to read the text messages I'm getting? You don't want that.
No, I want it. I read it.
Go ahead, Zamba.
I don't even know.
No, man, Musa.
Musa, what I'm saying, you're young a process, and I know you've always insisted on this, that you subject yourself to a process. You cannot walk away from it saying they agree with the outcome of the process.
Only said that.
Wow. But Manila, people can argue what the UMC guys were subjected to during the UDP selection of a flag bearer was a process. It was not like, because Hamga Musa, to me, you'll come before the process and say, you know what, I do not agree with A, B, C, and D. I'm not going to go in the middle of it and decide, you know what, it's not working for me and walk away. It's difficult to explain that. But this is why I'm saying, Musa, I've watched. And when I say that I'm not writing or I'm not saying, that doesn't mean I've given up. Manela, I have decided, let me listen to what people are saying, read what they are saying. Okay? The issue man to me, Lumagis, Moy, Doi ak UDP has always been difficult because it was based on ideology.
Oh, please, Negro.
For the most part.
Are you kidding me? Now you're being very selective. Based on ideology? Seriously?
What type of coalition did UDP want?
Oh my goodness.
UDP always wanted a party-led. They always wanted a program-led.
You will make a statement like that.
No. Was there always... No.
The position of Doi and it has always been ideologically driven. Are you kidding me? With everything that we went through for this coalition going all the way back to NAD, it was all ideological? Seriously? Pasamba, I think I want you to take that statement back.
I'm not taking anything back.
Musa, but how do you factor this, right? And I'm kind of sensing if you say unfairly or fairly, that means you don't want to take a position. I get it. I've been around you. I watch on the platform. That's correct. I get it. But now here is the
position. If that's what you want me to do.
No. Here's I don't need you to force you to take a position. You don't have.
No, because I've already did. I don't know.
No. Hey, yeah, okay, Maima. What I'm trying to say though is, Musa, I really think if we call ourselves Democrats and there is a process that took place, I think we should be forward-looking. Anytime we wanted to go back and talk about this process, I don't know where that good faith comes in as well. How we could negotiate with that mindset that somehow we've been disadvantaged in a process when we don't actually take part in the process. Give me a second, and I think this is why now I'm glimpsing into what you're throwing out here. Maybe this is why we're talking about the third rail, because we know that we cannot negotiate because we have this preconceived position that somehow we are at a disadvantage, and it will be difficult to come into terms to negotiate. And I definitely want to take you on this thing because I'm hearing this. I'm listening to you carefully. Maybe I'm not hearing you clearly.
You heard what I said, that I do believe if the parties, in as much as I know, because Pasamba's question when one day, do you see a scenario where UMC and UDP can be in a coalition? That was his question. And I told him, I was very careful that, like him, I have my skepticism because I know it's going to be very difficult. But I also do know that both parties, they have honorable people. If they subscribe themselves into a process that they believe is credible, and they sign on the dotted line and allow that process to proceed in its entirety, I don't see them backing out just because of whether A&M Dabo becomes the leader or Talib or Halifa Sallah or Swaibu. I don't see that happening. Then his question, my one day, well, they were in a process in the UDP and they bolted out. And I said, as far as UMC is concerned, they don't believe that that was a credible process. And I said, fairly or unfairly. And then you said, I don't want to take a position. And I'm like, okay, let me take a position, because I've always said the process within the UDP, as long as Mr. Dabo is one of the candidates, and I've said this again and again, the process is not going to be seen as credible. I said that because most people believe that every aspiring candidate was saying, if Mr. Dabo runs, I'm not going to run. So in a situation like that, clearly, you're Sarian Maronsa. You know.
No, don't wrap me around this whole thing. You know. Here is what why could not? No, hold on a second. Here's the thing. No, hold on. No, by what be fun.
There is a reason why people believe in the politics of the process that was going through the UDP. For years, people were saying this might just fracture the party because of the job.
Can I ask you a question, Musa, to move the conversation?
Yes, sir.
You've been in this for a very long time.
Yes, sir.
Drafted some of the most biased coalition ideas. Do you see a scenario where the UDP would subject itself to a process? The outcome being Ousainou is not going to be the leader, and they stay in that coalition.
It will be very difficult.
So, and the reason why I'm laying these questions is to show you the issues that we have.
I know.
Going forward, Musa. So this is why there is a greater likelihood of fourth rails than mano a mano rek ak Barrow. I believe you may end up having Mr. Dabo, Talib, unless the NPP, which is trying to cook some nasty games, come up with their games with this commission that they established, filled it with NPP lackeys. And this is why when some of us were protesting against the very composition of this thing, I hope the people would have fought it. But again, Biri Gambia, nobody looks beyond what is happening today. Unless they come with a nasty game. You know what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. There is a great chance, Musa, you may have Talib, UMC, whichever Mbojo party ñoko topa UDP with other Mbojo party. No, defa naka.
You're talking down.
No, why don't ma deglu rek ma jehal, please. UMC is not the only party here. Okay. UDP with any modern Mbojo party bulene topa. You know, Esa Fall believes that he can win. Okay. Mama Kande, of course, believes that it is God-given right to always run. You have an election of 5 candidates, and you know what's going to happen on the 6th? Chances are you will have lost the Congress because for Amat Amuloko. Yeah, your hope was now on no Vikai Barobom they could defeat. And then you know what? Nyoko Yek. That's what you'll be saying. Wow.
Ajara to Ma'am Lisa, you can see where these people are. They're not reading the script.
That will money. Ma'am Lisa, that real bobunono. Would have only become credible or forceful let's say 2 coalitions, 3 coalitions, the NPP coalition, the UDP coalition, or let's say, for example, hypothetically, UMC coalition. Then it becomes formidable. What I am presenting you with
it becomes formidable.
What I'm no, and you will still lose. What I am presenting you with Moine, you are not only going to have 3 candidates. You're going to have more than that. Because I can see SFL. Guy, they may not like it. SFL, I think, there is only something that may be acceptable to SFL, on my own estimation. More them to a coalition, but the process, but the UDP ended up losing it. Because he may not have this thing, you know what, Marlin open votes or whatever. Other than that, I see him running as a candidate. Dr. Dabo, I can see him joining a coalition without being the candidate. UDP will not join any coalition that the UDP does not lead. That Ousainou is not a candidate. You know this and I know this. Okay? So that's going to, and I don't see Talib, UMC, going to a process. UDP and then somebody else is going to lead it. I don't see that happening. Talib is going to run. Ousainou is going to run. Mama Kande is going to run. SFL is going to run. And Adama Barrow would be re-elected.
One thing I know, the scenario that you've painted is not totally out of the question. And that is a very likely scenario.
Because I'm practical.
These people, yeah, I mean, it's a very likely scenario and it can happen. Run and you form your little coalition here and there. I mean, it's possible. Does it make it very difficult for the incumbent to be defeated? Extremely difficult, really. But sometimes parties have a way of saying, you know what, to hell with it. I'm just going to run, even if he wins. And that would be, very, very unfortunate. Now, look, your person, but you know them, and I don't necessarily speak for UMC. I don't know what their strategic objectives are. I don't know what their decision-making mechanism is. I am just a supporter of the party.
I know that. I think they are giving you too much power.
And I don't even waver from that. But anybody who thinks outside of that, you're just making serious
No, man, Lumana Harisa, boy, the powers that they give, your importance, the level of importance that they give in you.
I don't have that. No, you know that. No, I don't have that. But the scenario that you have painted, I think it's a very likely scenario. Can any of these parties win? I mean, 2026, I mean, people are saying it can be a totally different ball game. How do you win elections? I mean, that becomes the fundamental question. I've always said here, you have to have the candidate. It's absolutely important. You have the message and you have deep pockets. If you have that and you run a serious, look, if you're an aspiring politician and you want to win in Gambia, you have to do Gambian politics. If you allow your strategizing or your politicking to be driven by principles and your Pasamba Jau like to sprinkle around, you ain't gonna win.
So what do you suggest they're going to do?
Again,
no backbone, no principle.
You have to have messaging. You have to have the right candidate.
And they go to bribe voters.
And then you have to have resources to do that. If you have that, there are a lot of, the majority of the voters are under 40, young people. They are hungry for change.
Are they?
I'm sorry?
Are they?
I believe so.
Okay.
And anything can happen. But like you, and Sariang to some extent, I would be very skeptical that going it alone, each party on its own, can bring about victory. Not difficult, mom. Do yomba.
No, but I'm going to say, I'm going to paid fini. How to win elections in the Gambia. The messaging, the resources, put principles aside. Guess a party that has no conscience with unlimited resources, backed by state power.
I know where you're going with this.
No. The richest political party in the Gambia, opposition, you can easily say what you guys are doing. You United Movement, Jederson Pickup Sifini and other you've now, your headquarters are all Nakalatura, everywhere. Taigisna Talibs have made a surprise visit to the Banjul Bureau and others of you have the resources. UDP has the resources. UDP will come and go to Seattle. Nyom Fatsao, Nyom Buran, all these people, MTCF, Nyom go, Dukal ko fa ñu ne guy raise nañ $100,000. Di meleste ko ne xaalis ba ñëw na. NPP ne leen xaar leen. Ñun we have 50 million boo xam ne ñu ko tegee boor ñu ne pour jigéen ñi la rek. Adama Barrow would come ne Musa Jeng nga ne naa mu ne la gis naa la yaa ngi waxu diggante naka Kairaba Avenue ak lifit bii nii bés silipaas yi jeex laajal saabali. Come and join us. I'll give you a new pickup right now. Jox la office nga ne mu ngo pickup moom ñooñu moom day give it as gis nga soo demee ngénte tay boobu yaa ngi fàttaliku biscuit yi ñu naan joxe lifi noonu
biscuit Medina
biscuit yi ñu joxe ngénte tay boobu Banjul
yes
ak mineral yi sant yàlla yi don't that's how pickups are to Adama Barrow. They have no conscience whatsoever. You give them 5 million and say, meet the people's store, they spend 100 million. And they have people who will defend it like there is no tomorrow. They would go to these business people. So, you win elections. These people, they have no principles. They don't have an ideology. They don't care about ethics. They don't care about anything. They have the resources. They would spend it like there is absolutely no tomorrow. And that's where you have your problem. And these young people, they are hungry for change. Harabega knew was in 5 AJ, naka 10 AJ, naka 5 AJ, 6 AJ, 12 AJ, and how many naka AJ.
Mane, you know, Dora Munku saga in 2026.
Let me tell you that. Because you know, Adama Barrow, like NPP, you know, the Dora saga. Oh, who's that?
So if I listen to you,
I think we need to have a conversation. You don't know that, Daddy Jack. Kaya wala tayo ngente bu nek da nga dem am butel sa butel di fi nak do kon nan nak mën na go denc sen nek nak so bu for the next 7 weeks before dem ko sédé na.
Suñu sédalé man nak mom I was ready to die bul ma sotti de man nañ ñi sédal ñep man ñu domba bi nek ci butel bi the last one even to make the smallest drop. Let's have the one in the bottle.
Oh yes, they said.
But anyway, the person with the independent streak and optimism still believes, contrary to you guys.
Let's keep hope alive.
Did you watch the Jackson funeral? Oh
I watched it, and I watched the one. You know.
I like some Al Sharpton. I swear to God.
No. You know what you miss?
Huh?
The Bryant, what's his name? The pastor.
Oh, Jamal Bryant.
He said, you know what? This service is long. It would have been shorter if we were allowed to go to the capital. But the capital is now reserved for the pedophiles.
Jamal Bryant, the pastor from Georgia. Yeah.
That was so funny. And he was, you know what? The capital is now reserved for the pedophiles and the podcasters. But if we go.
So, Musa, what's happening in Senegal, man?
Coalition building.
Bro, Mom, I mean, look. Politics more well known there is the dynamic.
Would you mind Aki Sonkobi? Hamga Adama Barossa Sibopam is different. Dafa different. Jumai for what I'm seeing happening in Senegal, do your coalition thing. Leave me out of it.
You know, I think what is very apparent is the political class that sits out there who are very resilient to ensure that, you know, and I don't know, that is the scary thing, and everybody keeps saying, and the conversation kind of tickle back to young, and I don't think it has to be do with any young politician. I mean, it is, these are folks who are very motivated and they want to take advantage the moment they have a slight opportunity to get in there. I mean, I watch Mimi spoke, and you know, I really think there is one president at a time, regardless of how powerful the prime minister was, and there were utterances. I mean, I would not have done, you know, in the open like that. I mean, it was not good, but you know, it is what it is. But you know, it's a difficult situation, and I don't know how they're going to manage this, because I am telling you, I seen a big crack emerging, and
it's a huge crack.
Yeah, a huge crack.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's a loose proposition, Musa. All the hope, all the objectives, and their policy and everything that they wanted to accomplish. They have an agenda. So this infighting and him saying, you know, I will resign the prime minister and I'm going to go to parliament or something like that. Basically, that is stealing, you know, Jomai agenda forthwith, and they have to cripple with this for many, many years. And who are going to lose? The supporters, the people who elected them to be in the office. You know, while the political and the mafia, they enjoy or they benefit from this infighting. And who are the sole losers? The folks who fought the fight, and ultimately they are the ones who are going to suffer. So I think it's very, very sad. And
it is something young people who were murdered by Macky Sall's
exactly
forces and all that stuff. But you see, this is the problem. See what happened. Because having the most Jumai Sonko is different from Adama Barrow and the UDP in a way. Because it's just like, let's say, example, you and Banker, for example. You become the president. Banker was the one banned. Because there is something you guys went so far back before even politics. were in this together and all that stuff. It was like not only were they political partners, they were friends. To a Domak and all that stuff, Bokati. And for that to just come and just now blow up, and Senegal is a different country.
Yeah,
it's interesting.
Yeah, I know there are a lot of Sonko supporters. But
be careful what you say.
Yeah.
He has his disappointment because Jasmine Crockett was defeated in the primary, so he's still reeling from that. So
the focus has always been from Sonko and everybody else. This is about the project. That's all. That is the thing that they sold to the Senegalese people. Now, this is bigger than any individual or personality. He said it doesn't matter. As long as Pastef is in government, it's about the project. Now they won. It becomes about Sonko. This guy is the elected president. I understand. He couldn't have been elected without Sonko. Absolutely, yes. But if the focus was always about the project and what you guys intend to do, so that's where the focus should be. But what we see publicly in his utterances, I mean, if Banka were to do that to me, man manekala president, they undermine, because you see, leadership is the moment you are the leader, is the office. Whatever disappointment that Banka may have, he has to channel it differently. But if it undermines my leadership, it undermines everything. The Suboba, I'm going to fight back. And that's what we are witnessing with Jomai. Really? Now, is it fair for him to go out there and say, man, I was elected through a coalition? I mean, I think that was a little bit dishonest on his part. Really? I mean, come on now. We all know you were elected because of Pastef and Sonko. So for you to just say a statement like that too, it's not helpful. So if you guys, one of the Senegalese people, I mean, really, when you talk to them, sometimes there are people that are very disappointed. Because you see, even in our situation, if we were to form a coalition tomorrow and Barrow, we got rid of Barrow, bro, the problems, it's going to take time. This is not a switch that you just turn it on and turn it off. Just because of Ebrima Sillah is no longer Minister of Transportation, Pasamba Moy Minister of Transportation, then everything changes overnight. That's not how it works. It's going to take time. That is why, if there is something that we can learn from it, what we're witnessing in Senegal, is to make sure that whatever method or how we come together, we should try to our level best. There are no guarantees to put safeguards in place, at least, to avoid what we are witnessing in Senegal. And we went through it in 2016 anyway, the same old crap. We came together with all lofty, and it didn't really amount to a whole lot. But I'm sure each and every one of us, irrespective of how things turn out, well, we still, if we were to do it all over again, we'll do it again because we are at a better place. That is why I think that if we find a way to forge our alliances and we take a risk on one of these leaders, because it's a risk, give the process a chance. I mean, I think the country, I don't see a situation that we will be worse off. I don't see it. I really don't see it. That somehow electing any of these leaders, give him a chance, take a risk on him, somehow things can turn out to be and will be worse off. I don't buy that. And I don't think any one of you would buy that either. If we can find a way, but finding a way, it's going to be a challenge. But again,
there's a much talk about the project, the projet. What is that all about? I mean, campaigning on something, and when you come in and you have the mantle and you have to deal with the challenges, that it's totally different, though. You know, absolutely. I mean, you can go on to the very right, but when you are in, you have to lead from the middle. I mean, we all know that grappling and making campaign promises and all that stuff is different. So, but I wanted to understand, because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, he deviated from the project."
Nothing. He didn't deviate from anything.
What is the roadmap for the project that he deviated? Huh?
Bobby, the project was nothing but a campaign thing, seriously. As far as Senegalese are concerned, what is the project all about? Okay, they'll tell you, because I was watching what they call it, Jackalo the other day, on Friday, and one of their Pastef guys was saying, you know, like a fight against corruption, and you know, people that are complaining, but when the average Senegalese are the ones complaining, when university students are also back in the streets demonstrating, and one may ask, I mean, what is the project all about? What was this all about? What was it all about? And then you make it about Maki. Well, Maki is gone. Now it is your problem. New opposition be win. We cannot be sitting here to explain, well, we cannot do this because, you know, Adam Barrow's 10 years, no one is going to listen to you. Can you let them do that?
Why is Kinga succeed was so corrupt as Maki and his gang?
No, Samba, I totally disagree.
After 1 year, 2 years, I think the honeymoon is over. People hold you to account.
But they've been in power for how long have they been in power now?
It's getting to Nyari Ade, bro. So
the honeymoon is still going.
My brother.
You know, they're doing. You have Maki who manipulated the whole economy, you know, lying to the international donors.
We get that, but I think change is gradual. It's not radical. So I mean, the radicalization of the uncle, I think that concerns. I mean, sometimes, you know, I mean, he said stuff that is, I'm not in agreement. I mean, there is one president at a time, so I get that. So if you some of these things can be settled behind scenes and, you know, talk about it and all that, and reassurance be given. But if it seems like we have two presidents, one person said this, I'm going to do this, and it becomes...
No, Yange undermined. Kinga Hamne is the elected leader.
No, you don't see what Yaksin said. He said it is easy to form a project in the clouds when you are in the opposition, but when you get into office and face with reality...
Absolutely. You understand the dynamics and all the issues and all that, and you have to deal with it.
Like that day.
Huh?
It's not easy like that day.
No, it's not. It's not easy. It's not easy.
Totally different ball game. Yes, I think moderation matters. I mean, I know even time it passed FBN, some of us were questioning. Be careful with your promises, because sometimes these things don't necessarily pan out. You know, I mean, they were saying, "Oh Lord, Nicaragua," as if the day that you come in office, that is going to stop.
but the thing is, I don't think that that's what they're saying. That is going to stop right away. What they're saying was a deviation from an agenda to now where Key is positioning Bopam with Nyom Mimi and all those people, and I think that's where the issue is. See, Bopam, of course, when you're the leader,
about unifying Pastef and their beliefs, it doesn't matter who is leading. Key mom la yala defne mom moy lead.
Sometimes
he's the conduit.
So you see, but that argument is that I have a serious problem.
Look.
So you told me, you want to tell me, Yala sat and realized the Gambia. The question. Yala sat and looked at the Gambia, looked at Yaya Jammeh and everything that he was capable of doing, and said,
"That does not operate like that."
How does he operate?
All I know is this: in 2016. Adama Barrow moy nek president prior to 2016 doko gum. Why as Yalla is concerned,
maybe there is no need to find a coalition. So
December 6th. Kineka president is already.
Then why was the first? There's Jarud fight. Jarud coalition, sir. Okay, if that is already predetermined, why are you worried? Why are you getting mad at man? And Musa, I saw your boy.
He's going away
The guy
from
who is
the
responsible for over 80 deaths in Senegal. Mune dafa am the audacity ne dafa run pour nek the Secretary General of United Nations.
Pare na len xam nga ngeen koy jema emale ak Masi Yaya Jammeh gi ni. The guy is not like that. Seriously.
Well, say that to tell that to the kids that he left the families of the kids that he killed.
That will never be. I'm telling you, he has done his bit. Now, all of us, yourself included, we should support the African brother.
I'm not. Are you crazy? I will never support Macky Sall.
I am confused as to what your argument in terms of moral and ethical argument is in terms of this particular issue. I just want to listen because I'm not into platitudes at all. But what is the moral standing here? What are you arguing?
What do you mean moral?
No, moral means morality. That's what I'm thinking. What are you arguing? We're talking about the man is not even qualified to be the Secretary General of the United Nations. And you are making argument that he did his basic.
You're wrong. I think Macky Sall is very much qualified. He has the experience.
But he's been tested.
He's been tested?
Because that's his new phrase now.
For 12 years.
They've been accusing someone who hide debt.
Listen.
And you are sitting here telling us that he has the moral high ground to be the freaking Secretary General. Give me a break.
He hasn't done anything that undermines that moral issue that you are talking about. Absolutely nothing.
Well, saying that you're going to run, let me tell you what the morality is here. Saying that you're going to run for the third term, when the Constitution didn't give you power. Hold on a second. Hold on. You said it. I am behind. I'm providing my rebuttal.
Win-win, and he step aside. That is not very common in Africa.
It is not a common. But how about how much chaos does it create in Senegal? How many people died?
Well, my brother,
how many people died? That could have been avoided
under his leadership, which is not very typical among African leaders.
And I think this is the argument that is very weak. We need to get away from this. We need to build leaders who are competent, who have integrity, and would stand up and do the right thing. But this guy is a unique pick. I'm going to choose and pick and choose. Pick up the man. What they're accusing him that he hid his debt. He didn't even disclose it. How many people killed?
They're just lying.
How they are lying?
When you get into office, you can say whatever you want to say. I mean, that's the tendency. You guys promise a project. The economic situation hasn't changed. You want to look at the world. They haven't done this. They haven't done that. Look, it is your baby now. I'm telling you, your focus.
Well, I say where it is wrong. I am not trying to lime in here. If you don't even have the backing of your own country, you have to go to Burundi. Because Burundi has to nominate you.
What it is.
That is a problem.
It's about the politics of it. When everything is said and done. When I'm telling you, I think, and also it's very short term and it's very political.
I think he needs to. This is why you need to leave a good legacy. Everyone watching this program, that's why it's always good. Tomorrow you can stand on a moral high ground and go for these things. If he hadn't been,
he could be the next Secretary General.
Hold on. Looking at the hindsight, if the man did the right thing, bring the country to order, all these issues hadn't happened, he would be a formidable candidate for UN Secretary because he has the experience. But he did not. The last month, a lot of destruction. People were killed. And how do you square that?
And you know what, Saria? This is what people were telling him. You have an opportunity but no, his greed. And he's delayed by people like Musa Jeng. Yeah.
You are here. Barrow should not run for third.
And he unleashed.
Because we fought for this.
In the streets of Senegal.
So somehow, Macky got a free fall with everything. He can run for the United Nations Secretary General.
What he's doing, if he had a horrible legacy, he would not even.
How do you determine what a horrible legacy is?
Oh, no, let me
How
tell
do you determine that?
Let me tell you something.
Yahya will not apply to be the next.
Oh, no. The only reason why Yahya Jammeh is not applying. No, the only reason why Yahya Jammeh is not applying to be the Secretary General of United. If you ask Yahya Jammeh, he believes that he's the most qualified person to be the Secretary General of the United Nations.
All I'm saying is, the man.
Are you happy with his human rights record, Musa?
Macky Sall?
Wow.
Yes.
So you have no problem with the 80-something people that
in totality.
No. So what, Musa? Do you think it is okay for any sitting government to give orders to the military to open fire live bullets on protesting kids?
They reduce cement, petrol, gas, power, rice.
No. Answer the question. Bull deviate now. Answer the question.
What question is that? What time is it now?
Money, do you subscribe?
No, Musa.
You can go 1 hour. Sungari B.
I'm get whatever. Musa is not tied.
Exactly. You see, people that are independent and fair-minded, these people, they don't come here on their own. They don't give a lakalo like all of
No. Mareko. Hamga Musa, they dig this swimming pool and it's too deep. Musa mom, he didn't go with a life jacket or anything. Boom, swimming pool. So he's trying to swim up and he's struggling. Lola Maneko. No, that's the method.
What swimming pool is that?
Huh? No, like I said, Musa. Hey, Musa, you're not independent anymore. So that's what it is. That's the swimming pool.
What swimming pool is that?
No, money. Nekulo, you are not independent. Man, hamna luriya hamga lur coach.
I have a bit more independent streak than either one of you. That much I know.
Okay.
Listen to Basiru Ndao.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How about
I hope the Senegal
why Baro Mom do apply for UN Secretary General?
No. Because Baro, how about UN Secretary? You have to be reading everywhere you go. And I think Baro's problem was Baro is too lazy. That's his biggest problem. But here is the thing, Musa. Man did this Sonko Jumai thing, Bini.
I like Demba Balde. The Senegalese youths are the victims. I think Sonko has more to lose in this fight. And here is
answer question.
That's why I like some Demba.
He's not gonna answer. Harry join and Uncle Musa answer the question. Man, that is this.
The question, do you believe any president be able to give orders to the security force?
The guy did not give orders. This is the thing.
Was anybody prosecuted for that?
You cannot. Look, the last time I checked, these people have been in office in 2 years. If the guy has committed any crime, he should be charged.
No, because of what he did. And this is one of the problems. No, definitely. This is the problem. Because of he passed that amnesty law, which they are fighting now to see that they go throw out. And that's the thing. He protected himself. He know he was a criminal. So you know what, Balama again, this is come Trump super no more amnesty, everybody just pardon. Balamo. That's what Maki did.
All I know is whatever we think of Maki, his presidency was a mixed bag. There are lapses, yes. But if you judge him in totality, he has taken the Senegal as a country from point A to point B. What these people were supposed to do, to come in and build upon that, rather than make a few excuses upon excuses upon excuses.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Come on,
Musa.
Do you follow Rwanda?
No, definitely, I'm beginning to believe that.
No, do you follow Rwanda?
I'm beginning.
He has taken Rwanda from Wahmala point A to point Lifini. Whatever troubles they had, he was able to develop the country. But anybody who they can be moved. So does that qualify him to serve as Secretary General of the United Nations?
No, Coach. Musa's argument, he asked you
if focus on building upon post-dictatorship. Barrow came, he did his bit. We need to take it to the next level. What we cannot do is to focus too much on excuse.
No. Momo ñone Musa momo ñone dafa bëgg nek United Nations Secretary General de. Motax ñu ko discussat.
He is qualified. He has the resume.
So if he is qualified, then Kagame should be qualified too.
He has the resume. But did Kagame, I mean, did he put up his application?
No, he did not.
He did not.
But Kagame did the same thing. Moment opposition
Musa, you were saying, I heard you said if Maki had any human rights violation, these people would have charged him, correct?
Yes.
But why did he left Senegal and he seek refuge in Morocco?
What did he say?
The moment of a party Sunday, Maki, before he left, he passed that amnesty bill.
Because of there was a lot of, I mean, the country was not together. So he said, you know what? Let me allow these people. I've been in government for 12 years. Let me give them the opportunity to do their thing.
That's why he went to Morocco.
That's exactly what he did.
That's why he went to Morocco?
Yes.
Selective amnesia in a full play today, man. I'm telling you, Father Mose.
But anyways, any reasonable person that are watching, they know that
they don't spin.
15 to Sariang and 2% to Pasamba Jau. Now with Bara, the guy who's saying he is not willing to take a risk on any of these opposition leaders. Mom, he would rather settle for the status quo than take a risk on any of these leaders. All
I'm telling you, boy, Musa. Yeah, no. In the absence of a coalition, and I don't see any coalition conversation where the central issues are how do we turn the country around. We are all focused on how do we change Barrow. That also change anything. There can be no man reclaimel. We need serious conversation.
So you're telling me none of these parties are articulating how to change.
I'm not talking about individual parties. You want to be party.
Divert attention.
Doi has a perfect agenda to change the system, but I know we cannot defeat Barrow alone. UDP's 5-point agenda is better than Barrow's agenda. Okay? I don't know what your agenda is yet because I've not seen your manifesto. Chances are it will be better.
Saying that. Everybody is saying that they totally agree with me today. Thank you, Jainar.
You know what? Jainar be honorable Kukugis. Also go to United Light Support or something.
Is all over the place. It's all over the place. Jainar is a diehard.
Your brother Marong, how do you think UMC is doing?
UMC? Oh, they're doing fine. I mean, they're building.
Can I stop you, Musa?
Bureaus and they're doing mobilization. Absolutely, they are engaging voters, and voters are listening to them. That's what we need.
Do you believe they're in it to win it?
I don't have answer to that, but I know their engagement.
The guy with the fella.
Their engagement is excellent, considering no. I'm a man to my lamb liming. Man, damade jarsi digabi. Understand that? I don't take convenience and I don't do selective amnesia. So man, woluma use low laiwa. Okay.
And Musa, let me shock you. This guy, even Borom Bahanabi, Kohon Peter Gomez, congratulations for having me.
Why Kogu swing that to Barode?
No, Kogusa was in it to win. No, this is what I want to say about UM. I've been watching and I like what I'm seeing, what you guys are doing. You are out there, you are reaching out, you are building your base, you are doing most of the things that you're supposed to do as a political party. In fact, I believe that you would be registered soon. And then you would have come in as a very strong force as an opposition.
Yeah.
NPP became strong because they were sitting in power.
Correct.
UDP became a formidable force because of the forces in Ghana came together to form it.
Mm-hmm.
So they had the name recognition already. Mm-hmm. And people saw it as, party swing band. So that why NPP, your party, UM, I think definitely would become a very, very, very strong force if they continue what they're doing. Better concern rek laa am de. And I challenge one of your guys the other day. Maneko, you guys are part of a political party, and I see your UMC guys. A lot of them are very obsessed with Sonko. I'm like, you guys want to take over our government and run it. I hope if you become government, you will not be looking at Sonko as president and treating him like he's a demigod. Because it's like pretty much it has become more like obsession and treat this guy like he's the greatest thing, Musellami. How do you negotiate with Musellami? You know? But in all seriousness, I think you guys are doing a great job. Can you win alone? No, you cannot. Will you be a very formidable force based on what you're showing so far? Yeah.
For me, you've known my
I guess that is an acceptable assessment. That is no disrespect.
Oh no, what he said is absolutely true.
No. What I was saying, my coach and I, you ask us a point.
Right. No. I mean, he's right. He's right on the money. I mean, he's right on the money.
All right.
UMC is
hopefully.
I wasn't born yesterday. For me to think that UMC,
no, we know. We all know that. You don't have to convince us.
Like you guys were not born yesterday either. For UMC to come in, hoping upon hope, come 2026, we're going to be at Marina Parade. Is it possible? Absolutely. Do I believe that UMC is in it to win it? They're doing everything that a party should do if you want to contest and win elections. And I see that. Behind the scenes, I see that. They're out there working hard. And that's all you can do. And I also do believe that we have a candidate that is very attractive, a candidate that is very easy to sell. I really do believe that. I also do believe if we have the resources and we put resources into it, we will be very formidable. I really do believe that. Now, if we want to defeat Barrow, there are other ways that it can be done. Because UMC, they don't have to form a government in 2026. This is a marathon. They're here for the long haul. We're going to put up candidates in the National Assembly. We're going to put up candidates in local government. When are those parties form correct? So that coalition en place. I think the UMC, nobody, any honest person would know it. That's not what our angling is. When we believe Talib Ahmed Bensouda can be the next president, and that will be good for the country. I really do believe that. Honestly.
Who is Scott Jennings?
Scott Jennings. CNN.
CNN.
He's a very
somebody said as a guy said you're just acting like Scott Jennings. Who is this guy anyway?
He's a conservative analyst. The conservative, Abby Phillips.
Oh, okay. What I don't know him because
he used to be part of Bush administration.
But again, so
CNN.
Are they doing the things that needs to be done to win? Yes, they are. Do I believe that the 2026 electoral map has changed? I think it has. And like Karamba said, there are a lot of things that can happen. We could even wake up and UDP pull a sneak win.
And then Karamba, I know they would want to be this program to end that day because he would be telling us how he has been telling us.
I've been telling you guys that
they can bleed votes out of this guy.
Bleed votes out of the other end.
So, but Haji Musa, I spoke to my people on the ground. Believe me, we did our internal money. Bansu, when you will give him a heart attack because of
I think they can bleed the votes, but would that be enough?
It will not.
Sarian.
It will not. Waji Musa.
One day Waji. Koto Musa man.
Ori Henry Gomez. Swing Gurgi. No, these people will spend all the money. If you have a coalition, a very formidable coalition, Barrow is toast. Without that, he is going to win and it can be ugly.
So Brother Marong, before we go, can you tell me what is there that needs to be done so that we can have this unified coalition that you think, like, let's not talk about third rail, let's not talk about fourth rail, just focus on this. What do you think, for all practical reasons, knowing, I mean, you know the players, you see the rhetoric, flying all over the place. How do you think this thing can be done? I mean, specifically, I don't want platitudes from you.
Yeah, but I got 2 minutes if I can say a lot, because I gotta sign off. I got a mission to go do. We've been every Sunday we go through this. we rehearse it. So I'm gonna give you my answers. I mean, I think we need to concentrate on the problem, not the personalities. The personalities. We need to zoom in. What do we need to speak about, and what will bring people together? I think, honestly, this whole thing, the winning candidate, the saleable candidate, those phrases, I am the largest party. I mean, if you do that, you are preconditioning folks on what bargaining power do they have in order to sit at the table, right? Yes, that is true. But at the end, speak to them clearly, state the facts, state things that doesn't need to further divide, right? The key word, are not meant. I am not into a not somebody. I mean, those are positions. We are all human beings. We say stuff that are bound. I get it. But I think APEC is doing a great job. And I think their impartiality, not trying to insert themselves into the, issue, then taking a back stand, let them the parties. I think that is very, very commendable, because number one, as I said last week, the political environment is very, very toxic. And if you take sides, they accuse you that you are disadvantaging one over the other. So I think the conversation needs to go, but it needs to be exhaustive. I'm not going to throw any conclusion. I don't have any ideas.
Let me ask you a more pointed question, because I'm going to get tiptoe around the.
Well, I got a minute to go, so just to let you know.
Do you see a situation where there is a coalition, and without A&M Double not being the leader? Is that possible?
It's possible. I mean, if we come to terms and speak and. They consult. He says himself. The man said last time. He said the conversation needs to go on, and IGM6 said the same thing. He didn't take any position per se. He says, well, the 27% that some of the folks from the party, that's their opinion, and yes, and people need to respect that opinion, right? But I think he's a very experienced man, and he knows what is going on around the country. And he knows what people are saying every day. Folks interact with him daily basis. He knows the pulse of the country. And I think he will be reasonable. And if they come down and speak, depending on what the dynamics are, I think something reasonable can come out,
Let me have the last word, Pasamba, and put this thing on your notebook. I think the only way a comprehensive coalition can happen, and I will support that coalition, would be everybody make the sacrifices. That we're not going to run it under a party-led, and there's going to be, we will all agree on a template for 5 years, the changes that we are going to do. And at that point, I think having A&M Dabo to lead it, I think I can support that. If everything else, it's compromise on, sacrifices made. For me, it's the only model that can bring about a comprehensive coalition. Man la wax de, ni ma ko gisee, ni mo muna amee. I don't see it any other way. It's not going to be on the. It's going to be under like the NAT vehicle that was used by Samba, something like that. Mm-hmm. That vehicle that doesn't belong to any party. The leader himself rise above it. Now he's no longer a party candidate. And then they agree to on day one what they are going to do. And they all hunker down, bite Dale, and then come together and make it happen. That is the only way man lawade numa muna gise lulu happen. Anything other than that, it ain't gonna happen. And this is where my third rail.
And I'm going to throw a caveat too. First time, if it happens though, let's not look back to here. Let's reflect back on history. If that happened, what you're saying, and say Ousseynou happens to be picked as the coalition party lead, this is going to be the first time that he has that opportunity.
Exactly.
To lead. So I think if we understand the gravity, the problems, and what the pulse of the country is, I think, I'm gonna speak like Mr. DJ here. Believe me,
the man with the small hands.
Believe me, we can make it happen, and we will win. We will win like nobody's. We will win like unbelievable. Even if you heard the term winning, you will run away. Trust me.
I mean, man, that's the only. To tell you the truth, dem nak ñew nak meeting nañ fi nek ak.
Okay. Léegi daal baal xam naa waxtaan bi politique bi xam nga yow suma oncle nga suma koto nga ma nekk ni dama bëgg a dem waxtaan ak suma ndaw si ma laaj ko daan dogu bi tey duñ ko on the menu
waxtaan yooyu dam koy seetaat de weeri koor lañ ne non
ndaw si mu ne ma dama bëgg a xam loo bëgg a ma tooga tey ma ne ko xaaral may ma tuuti te fu mu nekk nii it's 2:00 tey so foog ma dem waxtaan ak moom. Understand? So for my father most, okay?
Bro. Okay, we are definitely gonna be back, inshallah.
Inshallah.
On the next Sunday. Why boy today?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's done, man. We're done. We're done.
It's almost gone.
We're done.
By next Sunday, Fab Samba, Nenko Munde. Comme ni daan wax ko ñi ongutoon yëpp rus
ñu bokk ci
nga xam ne or ñoon ñëppay rus
xam nga or am na xiif am na ñaawa lu rek or am na ñuy xiif am na ñuy or sariya moom or ba mu ngi or moom
but anyway, and thank you to our viewers, and yes, we have to thank who else?
Inshallah.
And the minister for coming.
Global Properties and Ebrima Sillah. Yes, Honorable Minister. Whenever I called, you answer.
No, he's my favorite. He's my favorite.
And you go Nasa, more than going to run primary between NPP, then he becomes the candidate. Ebrima Sillah, mom, he can be definitely.
So if Ebrima runs, you think you're gonna sway? You're gonna support him?
No, bro. UMC, what we have, he is the answer to what Gambia needs.
And what is that? What do you guys have?
Talib Ahmed Bensouda. He is
the candidate. When did you name a candidate?
Motion candidate.
So are you going to have a process to select
is
a candidate?
The candidate for UMC.
No,
so there is no process.
There's no process.
The candidate. He is it.
Okay,
so there is no process.
No deposit, flexible payment plans, and lots of discounts. Get your legal apartment today.
Pop Samba. So I'll see you on the other side.
All right, bro.
And thank you guys for tuning in. We appreciate each and every one of you. Ramadan Kareem.